morning star, burning the flame. Hey, burning the flame. Hey, Randy Fur, fists in the storm. Sister pre-Meg P with a heart that's warm. They don't back down, they don't fade away. Truth is the anthem they play every day. Seahawks fan, but the fight ain't a game. I'm a bear roars, ain't tame, ain't the same. Wrench in the gears of the liars and fakes. Breaking the chains for the real it takes. And Blue Crew Ranch wrecking. Voices loud, no second guessing. Moonlit baby howling high. Typically unique, rising to the sky. Blue Crew Ranch wrecking. Physic cake sparking, not intention. Cat Kaylee, a story taking no blame. Bonnie Bailey, Lucy Morningstar, burning the flame, yeah. Burning the flame, yeah. Truth ain't simple, ain't so clear. Moderators in the rear, steering the fear. Brandy B sharp, like a blade in the night. Christine Nevada with that tomboy fight. Mama Bear claws, Molly Drake's fire. Sassy Cassie spitting truth like a choir. SRB Zelda sword in the air. Raging Alicia J breaking every snare. Blue Crew Ranch wrecking. Voices loud, no second guessing. Moonlit baby howling high. Typically unique, rising to the sky. Blue Crew Ranch wrecking. Fizzy cake sparking, not intention. Cat Kaylee, a story taking no blame. Bonnie Bailey, Lucy Morningstar, burning the flame. Hey, burning the flame. Hey, Randy Fur, fists in the storm. Sister pre-Meg P. Drop the guitars, truth moderators in the mix. Heavy bass hit your chest like a ton of bricks. Brandy B, Christy with the Nevada glow. Seahawks fan, tomboy charm, let the rhythm flow. Mama Bear vibes, Molly Drake in the den. SRB Zelda casting spells with a pen. Sassy Cassie Rach, Lucia J in the booth. Wrench wrecking crew, they the moderators of truth. True Blue Crew, wrench in the game. Breaking all the rules, never staying the same. Moonlit baby, typically unique. Fizzy cake rising, let the truth spit. Cat K, Meg P. Leah story unfolds. Bonnie Bailey, Lucy Morningstar bold. From the shadows to the stage, they spark the flame. Each line they drop redefines the name. Randy Fur with the claws, cutting through the noise. True Blue Crew, real talk, no decoys. Sassy but savage, the truth they pursue. Wrench wrecking crew, it's what they do. Moonlit skies, truths collide. Shatter illusions, no place to hide. Typically unique, fizzy cake sweet. Steady on the grind, never taste defeat.
All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. The cafe is open for business, and we are here today to have a discussion that's a little different than what we've been discussing. It's going to be in regards to Idaho, but it's also in regards to quite a few other things within YouTube itself. The panel will be opened up to an open discussion, as I said. I want to thank you all for joining us today. Plus, I have to get in front of something and put it out there as well and make a point that I'm going to make today as well. So thank you guys for being here for it. Thank you to my moderators for everything you do, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door. Share it out. Let everybody know what we be doing in here today. And that being said, you know what comes next. So let's do it and get this thing a moving.
flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are light. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right. Welcome back. Great to see you all. Shoot, give me one. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, welcome back. Sorry about that, guys. With my Wolfman Jack impersonation. Everybody likes it. Come on in, grab a seat. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Looks like we got 45 peeps in the house, 29 likes, so on and so forth. Great to be back in the house with you guys today. This is my first show, and I will be joining Lee over at Devil's Advocate tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm super looking forward to that. I really enjoy hooking up with Lee and having the conversations that we do. So I hope you guys are all there for that tonight. If you guys have not yet subscribed to Devil's Advocate, please make sure you do. You will be disappointed if you don't. So please, please, please go check it out. And I hope to see all you guys over there tonight as well. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Thank you to my mods for joining us today. Like I said, guys, we're going to have a conversation regarding things within the Idaho case. For those of you that were up early this morning and caught Outcast show, I'm sure you saw it. Wow. And there's some points that I want to talk about with this. And not just this case. It would be any case, guys. That's the point that I want to make, okay? But before we get into any of that, come on in, you guys. Grab a seat. Let's see who we got. Gen 7, welcome back. Mikey's in the house. What's up, brother? False Star, welcome. Good to see you. The Mega Stars in the house. Thank you, SRB. Speaking of, SRB BB is in the house as well. Moonflower Lassa, welcome. And welcome back to the sauce, Moonflower. Wonderful to see you in there. King Christopher, welcome to you. Ms. Mamakins, 73. Great to have you in the house today. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Randy Burr, Soft Touch Productions. Good to see you, brother. We've missed you. Great to see you. Great to see you. Pennywise, love your name. Great to see you again, Penny. Thanks for joining us today. Give me 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Kim Barnier, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Barnier, I hope I said it right. Hope Norris, welcome back to you. Rose in the house. Ro, good to see you, Ro. Miss Cat K, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. There again, Moonflower, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, Moonflower. We appreciate you very much joining the family. Thank you so much. It's great to have you here. Beach Babe, great to see you. The Positive Miss Paula's in the house. Great to see you as well. D-Dog, Wifey, welcome back to you, D-Dog. Good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Elantra Bugard, good to see you. And Key Boom, love the name. Morning, buddy. Lizzie5717, good to see you today. Beach Babe, Beach Babe, Beach Babe. Let's see. I think I got Leah Story. Wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Again, thank you to all my moderators for being here, for doing what you do. We appreciate you all so very much. Again, I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever try to do it without you. Thank you, Leah. Again, please make sure to hit that like button on the way through the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Miss Diane Draper, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mountain Mama, welcome back to you, dear. Too much white in here, guys. We need to get that green color flowing a little bit more. Come on in. Come on in. Let's see. Anybody? Circus Music, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Tommy Boy. Hey, hey. Moniqua, 2025. Or Monica. I hope I said it right. Welcome to you. SoCal Gal. Good to see you. Robert's in the house with True Crime Unleashed. Good to see you, sir. Mittens for Kittens. Welcome back to you. Always happy to see you here. Lola Getz, welcome back. Great to see you today. No, Outcast is a completely separate channel, Mamakins. Lee is Devil's Advocate. That's the name of his channel. And Outcast is Outcast. Two separate things, dear. I know there's a lot of newer creators. It's hard. Miss Boone. Oh, my goodness gracious. Good to see you, Miss Boone. In Montana. Welcome, welcome. Miss Boone used to proclaim herself as my #1 fan. Wonderful to see you, Miss Boone. We missed ya. Latitude's in the house today. Good to see you. False Star. I think I'm getting everybody. If I don't get you, I will catch up with you. Michelle F., welcome back to you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Again, please don't take it personal if I miss Satire. Great to see you. All right. right, come on in. And before we get anywhere else, I want to get in front of something. Listen, guys, for those of you that have been here with me, you know me. You know me very well. And you know that I don't go after people. I don't drag people. I'm not a mean person. I don't attack people for nothing. I just don't. I never have. And I'm not going to. But I'm also not going to sit and let people talk smack about me in other channels for no reason when I have nothing to do with what they're doing. Okay. And I want everybody to hear this clearly. I don't do that. I have no reason to do it. I respect just about every creator out there. Okay. Just because of what they're doing, the work that they do, how they do it, because it is not an easy thing to do. So understand that. Welcome, Noni. Good to see you, dear. Um, but I just don't go attack people for no reason. I never have, never going to. It's just not right. That's not what we're here for. Okay. Um, but when I used to be Kara Willis. Welcome. Good to see you, Kara. We always love having you here. Thumper Rabbit Hole. Welcome to you as well. Put your shoes on there, Randy. Key boom. So the point I'm trying to make with this, when I come in here and I talk about things, I talk about things, not people, not their channels, not this and that. But when you come and you talk about me and people are sending me messages, screenshots, and then I literally go watch people say things about me that I don't have nothing to do with, that I don't talk to on a regular basis. For why? Because you have a feeling, because you don't like what I say, you're jealous, maybe. I don't know. I don't believe that anybody's jealous of me. I'm nobody of importance, folks. I'm just like everybody else out here. I'm not a huge channel. I'm not Big Daddy YouTube or whatever you want to say. I don't feel that way about myself here, guys. In fact, if anything, I feel like I'm less than a lot of other people, a lot of other creators. That's just the way I've been. And you can talk to my crew, they'll tell you the same thing. I don't think I'm anybody of importance any more than anybody else. Okay? I don't. By no means. I don't think that I deserve extra special attention, nor do I deserve respect. Respect is earned, respect given, respect given, taken. That's just how it is. I try to treat everybody with as much respect as I possibly can, and I always will. But when I used to sit and take all this shit from people, okay, for a long time, the cat lady's in the house. Good to see you. And I just don't do it anymore. I'm burnt out. YouTube has hardened me. A lot of the people on YouTube that have been that way have hardened me. So it is what it is. You know, welcome, Megastar. Good to see you. So if you don't want me to say something to you, about you, or around you, don't do it to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not just going to sit and go, okay, thank you for insulting me and trying to talk down about me again. No, I'm not that person anymore. Okay. I'm hardened and I'm tired of it. I'm just done with it because I treat everybody with the same respect, better, more than I would expect for myself. Okay. And that's all I want from each other, from you guys, is to treat each other that way too. That's all I ask for. But when you have somebody else that comes out and starts trying to call me a grifter and saying that I'm stupid because I make a certain statement, because obviously they weren't smart enough to understand what I was saying, it's okay. Yes, I did. I'm sorry, Meg. I just saw you pop up and say something, so my apologies. You know, it is what it is. If you don't understand what I said, maybe ask me. I've explained it. That the statement that I was talked about me with, I explained it more than once. I re-explained it, and you still want to go there because it makes me try. You're trying to make me look bad. Well, that's fine. Just don't do it. If you don't come at me, if you can keep my name out of your mouth, then I'll do the same respectfully. That's just how it works. Okay. But Dago used to be the guy that would sit and go, "Oh, okay, well, I'm sorry that someone's talking shit about me again." Blah 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 blah. No, and by all means, I'm gonna tell you now, don't threaten me. I'm not the one. Just because I am a nice guy, because I am quiet for the most part, and it's not. Don't think you can threaten me because I'm not the one. That's all I'm gonna say. Now, respectfully, I will not talk about people on a live stream as long as they're not talking about me, because that's what adults do. Okay. And even at that point, when somebody's talking shit about me, I'm usually the bigger person, and I will usually ignore it. But at some point, enough is enough, and I'm just so tired of getting screenshots, emails, people telling me this, telling me that, because people got, you make one statement, and people are like children, and they run and tell on you. You got to run to daddy and tell on you, which is what happened in the situation that I'm referring to, which is kind of funny to me because you were not happy with that person at that point. So whatever, so be it. All I'm saying is you're not going to hear me say shit about you unless you're talking about me first. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it there, and it won't be said until you say something about me. Um, don't ever come to me demanding an apology because I reacted. I don't act out. I react to what is done to me. That's all I'm saying. Period. Okay. I respect everybody, even the people that I don't, if that makes any sense. Okay. We're allowed to have differences of opinion, folks. I'm not always right. I know I'm not. Most of the time, I'm probably wrong, but neither is anybody else always right. That's all I'm saying. Remember that. Okay. So, there again, that's all I'm saying, folks. I'm not going to go into some long, drawn out bullshit thing. It is what it is. If you don't like me, don't watch me. I don't care. If you have issues with me, I have an email, I have a phone number. Let's talk. And if they can't be worked out, then just stay over there. I'll stay over here. That's all I have to do. Okay. And that's what you should do. But I'm going to say this once and once only. Don't ever threaten me. That will set things in motion that people don't want to deal with. I'm not Mr. Quiet here. And don't try throwing, I know people and I know, don't do that to me. Because guess what? So do I. Um, but I'm not going into that mode, folks. That's not what we're doing. We're not talking about who's got the bigger okay? It ain't about that. We're adults. We're supposed to be. I'm 51 fucking years old. I can act that way. Anybody else out there needs to act their age as well, is all I'm saying. I'm not being nasty here. I'm just saying. I will not speak on other people as long as they're not speaking on me. Don't threaten me, though. That's all I'm saying to you. Period, okay? You respect me, I respect you, and vice versa. That's how things work. Period. Nothing else to be said about it. It's done. End of story. Moving on. Now, there's going to be conversations in here today about things that have gone on with in this case that I just don't understand. Okay. I just don't understand anymore. And after this morning's show over with Outcast, I'm like, what the hell is going on? So we'll discuss those things, so on and so forth. So be it. But, that other stuff, I'm done with it. Moving on. Let's see who else has popped in here. King Christopher, if I didn't say hello. Okay, and there's Miss Kara. Always happy to see Miss Kara. Dustin Butler, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. I think I said AR Hayes in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, brother. Michelle F dropping number 1 on our goal. Thank you so much for that, Michelle. God bless. I can't message subscriber only mode. You're not a subscriber? What? That's weird. That doesn't make sense. You are subscribed, though, I thought, Michelle. That makes no sense. What's going on with that? You might maybe go out, Michelle, and come back in and see if something changed. That's weird. But I appreciate the helping us out with our goal, Michelle. That's number 1. Very much appreciated. Very generous, and God bless. We appreciate you very much. Great to see you again, AR. I hope you're doing well, brother. I hope you're feeling okay. I know, Noni. And believe me, you guys have heard these conversations from before, but I like to get in front of everything. Anytime there's a statement made or an email received or something like that, I just want to make sure everybody understands. That's all. Oh, I got you, Michelle. Good stuff. Okay. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that very much. But yeah, and that's another thing, folks. That kind of bothers me that anybody would ever think that I think that I'm somebody of importance out here, because I don't by any means. If anything, it's the opposite of that. And you guys know me that know me very well that I am not that person. I've never thought I'm better, bigger, or any form of that. So that's one thing that does bother me. So never have I ever, and never will I. Good to hear, bro. I hope you're doing well, AR. Good to hear that, buddy. Christina, good to see you today. Yeah, I thought Michelle's been here. She's a member too, which is weird. That's odd. YouTube's got some weird things going on, guys. So please excuse it. Again, I wanted to tell you guys again tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to be joining Lee over at the awesome and amazing Devil's Advocate channel for a great conversation. Always a great conversation. Um, really respect Lee a lot. So please, guys, if you have some time tonight, feel free to jump on over to support Lee's channel, if you will, and myself, and hang out with us. I think it's gonna be a great show. I'm excited for it. Good morning, Miss Cassie. Good to see you. Guys, let's make sure that we do have the link in here for Devil's Advocates channel. Please and thank you. I hope to see you guys over there. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Lee. He does such a great job, you guys. Truly, he does. I have a lot of respect for this guy with everything he's going forth with. Thank you, Randy. God bless you, brother. I love you to death, Randy. It's great to see you in here. I was worried about you for a while, and I hope you're doing well. Always happy to have you in the house, buddy. Number 2 on that goal. Great stuff, and we appreciate you so much. I love you too, bro. I really do. How can you not? You're another drummer. Come on now. Drummers are amazing. They're the best part of the band. Jesse's in the house. I don't. Not this year, Jesse. It's crazy. I have done it before, but I don't this year. Definitely don't. I've done it though. I was growing my beard. My beard's not big enough. Maybe that's why. Nobody's asked me to do it this year. A couple years ago, I got somebody paid me $100 to be Santa. Believe that or not. I had to wear a fake beard and everything, but it worked out. Hemi's in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. There's the link right there, guys. Make sure you jump on over to Devil's Advocate. Hit that link, subscribe, hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything. And please hit the like button. Lee does such great work over there. Also, guys, please don't forget to subscribe to A Convict's Thoughts, Mr. A.R. Hayes' channel. Make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, and hit that like button. That way you don't miss anything AR puts out, guys. Great stuff all the way around. Please do, if you will. Amongst many other creators that we have that pop in here. It's so great to see them all. Jesse, it's good to see you, brother. I hope everything's going well with what you do over there. Again, wonderful to see Miss Kara. We haven't seen her around in a while. Always happy to see you, Kara. Always appreciate everything you've done as well. Again, there's Lee's link. I hope to see you guys over there tonight as well. 91 peeps in the house, 47 likes. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. I'm going to refill my coffee cup. Thank you, SRB. There's AR's link, guys. Make sure that you do hit that link, hop over and hook up with AR if you have not yet done it. What are you doing with your life? Come on now. Miss Noni. Everything going on recently has been weird. I'm blaming it all on 3i Atlas. That darn comet, UFO, and solar storms are wreaking havoc on things. Proud tinfoil tiara wearer. Absolutely. Who is that? 1 minute, everybody. So tired of getting phone calls from insurance agencies. It's insane. Insane. Thank you so much, Ball Star. Number 3 at that goal. Appreciate you so much, Ball Star. Very much. Very generous and very kind of you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. In Stitches in the house. What's going on, Stitches? All right, guys. Give me just a second here to get my cup full, and I'll be right back. Please hang out. I'll give you guys a little something to listen to just for a minute because it does take a second to brew it. I'll be right back with ya. Hang on. Where are we at here?
Shadows creep, blood on stone. Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, just as blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is broken chains, footstep fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Defiant scream, justice cries, drums of thunder obey. Baselines pulse, hearts collide, the truth revealed, nowhere to hide.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry. There we go. Miss Girl, welcome. See, we got people still dropping in. All right, you guys. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. No, it's something. That song was something. It wasn't Trans-Siberian or Nightwish. I know it sounds like Nightwish a lot. That was something I put together a while back because I was trying to work out a song that kind of reminded me of Evanescence, and that's what I ended up with. So I hope you liked it. Sorry, I had you guys hanging on like that. Dusty Day, welcome. We didn't even get started yet, so you're not late at all. So let me do this first, as I said I was going to do. Drop that there. Put it here. The link is pinned to the top of the chat for those of you that would like to join me. Because this is an open discussion, folks. You guys feel free to express your feelings, thoughts, opinions, as we do. Bah humbug. No way. Come on now, Thumper. Gotta have that Christmas spirit. You need an appetizer already, Miss Meg? No way. Oh, welcome, Miss Diane. How are you again today? Good to see you.
Good to see you again. I wanted
Great
to
to
tell
have you
you
here today.
that my friend who works at the state police, she's not a cop or anything.
Of course.
She declined.
Hi, Tandy. Welcome, Leah.
She
Hey,
said she really doesn't believe Brian did anything or he's guilty, but
Sure.
she said she would not touch the footage with the 10-foot pole.
Well, and like we said yesterday, um, hold on a minute here. Let's see. Sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, Diane. Keep going. I'm just trying to
Oh,
pull
hello,
something up real
Seahawk.
quick.
She's not sure if Moscow did anything because she thinks, and most of the cops that are state policemen think Moscow police department are idiots. She thinks it's probably the feds who did the redactions.
Say that one more time.
She thinks the general consensus with the state police officers and
Hmm.
her is that Moscow police department are idiots and they didn't do the redactions, that it was probably the FBI.
Oh, well, I mean,
Hi, Jen.
it could be if they're working with them, then sure. But everything that came from, like everything Jules got, she FOIA'd Moscow. That's where it came from. Welcome, Hemming. Sorry, bro. I just saw you pop up here. And I think they have people that work for Moscow. It could even be an attorney that works with them that does the redactions and stuff. From my understanding, I don't know. But that's what I believe. That's what I understand. I should say, because Hitler said when they were talking about re-releasing these documents that he made the statement that it they had to go through them personally, and then when Jules got the price breakdown for what they charged her, almost $1,000, which is ridiculous for what she got. When she got the price breakdown, it states in there that they have somebody that does this, this, and this. So I don't know. I don't know. It could be somebody from the FBI. I thought it was an attorney that they had that worked for them, like through the city, that goes through that stuff and says, "Yeah, we can't do this, we can't do that." That type of thing is what my opinion was. But I mean, she could be right. I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing is we don't know. But it's an interesting thought for sure. Thank you,
Because
Candy.
she said that there's been a couple cases, she didn't name them off, that the Indiana State Police were involved in, and so was the FBI. And when they had redactions done, it was
Mhm.
the FBI who did it.
Oh, okay. I mean, it could
So,
be. It very well could be. Um, I only think what I think because of what Hitler had stated when he stated what he did, and so on and so forth. So, like I said, it could be wrong, guys. It could be. I don't know. There's a lot that I don't know. And I truly don't want to make anybody think I know everything because I don't. I wish I did. I did. I do wish I did, but it is what it is. I being that you brought that up, that's a good point of conversation. Not that we had to talk about it, but you realize how long it's been since Hitler has re-released anything new? Part three should be coming, and it hasn't. And I'm curious to know why he's dragging his feet so bad. And I think it's because of the content that he's going to be releasing. Um, I don't think he wants to. I think that involves the cell stuff and all that other stuff, and I don't think he wants to release it. So I think they're dragging their feet. Again, I could be wrong,
well,
but
doesn't Brian have one last appeal that's up like, what is it, September, I think, 26 of 2026?
he has 2 years from the point that he was sentenced to, from my
Oh, I,
understanding, two
oh, I
years
thought
from that point to
Ron,
drag that out. Yeah.
I thought Ron, with oh, I can't think of their names, the two female lawyers.
The custody queens. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he had a year. That was his last appeal.
Well, from
And it
what
was
we
in,
read, I don't know what I read, I should say. I think I showed you guys. It said that they have a 2 year window, I guess, to do something. But if Ron, he's an appellate specialist, he would know appellate, sorry, then that maybe that is what it is. Maybe it is. Maybe I read it
I,
wrong, or maybe we were given
I
wrong
thought we
information.
I'm sorry, I could probably look it up. Give me a good question to ask because
Um,
I asked to see what's out there as far as what's Hitler doing. The only thing that came up for me was is because the case is closed. He's done
yeah.
pretty
Let's see
much. And
what
I asked about the
FRP just said.
Ray. Well, it's been released and it's not under a gag order. So I'm like, okay, so where's the documents on Ray then?
That's what I believe they're dragging their feet with because of the circumstance being so touchy. Hitler, when he approached that before the case was closed, he's talking about how there's people's jobs on the line. Hey, Don Caps, welcome, good to see you, and things like that. So I think the man's dragging his feet on that one because there is something within that could cause all sorts of shit to hit a big ass fan. That's again my opinion, but that's what I think could happen.
It's infuriating. That's the reason why I got off the panel yesterday because I was so upset and so frustrated
Hmm.
because it's blatant. It's plain as day.
Of course, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today, you guys. Again, Leah and Diane, Hemi, thank you guys so much for joining me today. It's great to see you, Leah. We kind of missed you. It's been a while.
Let me ask.
Wonderful to have you here.
Anyway, yeah.
Let's see what's
um,
out there.
Today I
Hey,
was on. I popped in and joined
and Hemi.
Outcast at a show where he brought some people up on panel. Jeff H was up there. Michelle popped in for a minute. Uh, Matrix was up there. Of course, Outcast, so on and so forth. And Annie Potts joined us, Miss Potts. And this is kind of what I want to get to, guys. We have seen for 3 years, we've covered this case, most of us from day one. Quite a few of us have been here from day one. Some of us haven't, but still, people have caught up with it. They've understood it now. And what I don't quite get, there's Miss Potts. Speaking of, good to see you, Miss Annie. Thank you for joining us. Great job this morning.
When
And
was the last time Hitler released anything as far as evidence or anything about the case?
it's
Was it,
these new documents. It's been like well over a month since he
let's say,
re-released.
about before Thanksgiving?
Oh, definitely before Thanksgiving. I think if I'm wrong again, please, I'm never always right, you guys. So please, if you will, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was way before Thanksgiving, Hemi. Thank you, David. Number 4 on that goal. Appreciate you so much, brother. Merry Xmas Cafe to you, my friend. Merry Xmas or Christmas to you as well. So Meanie
Dago,
said the last doc was November 13th.
Dago,
Maybe
do
it
you
Okay,
was.
so
think? Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
You're good.
Do you think Hitler knew or saw the footage that Jules got?
Um, I would hope and imagine that everybody that surrounds the case would see everything, but that doesn't mean it's true. They very well. People were asking yesterday, um, if they thought Ann saw that stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I doubts. I have doubts. I'll be honest with you. I have doubts. So only because some of the stuff we've been seeing is definitely throwing up the antennae, okay? And the red flags are going through the roof with this stuff. And so if the defense team saw this stuff as well as a decent judge, you would think that things would have been called out for what they were. So I have trouble believing that they did see these things. Okay. Now, if we think about it, why would Hitler see this unless he had to? Um, I don't think that he read a lot of this case. I don't think he looked into a lot of this case. I think that he just relied on what the prosecution was presenting as well as what the defense said. Now, that's again my opinion. It doesn't mean it's right. So, love and other habits. Good to see you. I do have doubts that he saw this and or that the defense team saw some of this stuff because there's things within this new footage we've looked at, guys, that is making everybody go, "What the hell was that?" And how are we at this point with that being part of what we're seeing? It's pretty wild. So, I have doubts, and it like Hemi said, it's blatant. There's things here that are blatant, which is what leads me back to what I was going to discuss to some aspect today. That people are absolutely refusing to look at some of these things for what they are. And I don't understand this. Um, it's right here. It's like my granddaughter colors a picture and three different colors per se, red, orange, and yellow. You can look at the picture and you know that it's colored with red, orange, and yellow. There's nothing else to say about that. It's right there in front of you. These flags, the things that we're hearing and seeing, it's right in front of you. So why are you ignoring it and going around it like it doesn't exist and denying it just to stick to one specific narrative? I don't understand this. We're adults. We should be able to make adult decisions about things and act on things as adults do. But people refuse to. Welcome, Spy. I don't get
Well,
it.
I found out something. Um, Again, this AI got it just scans news articles all over the world provided by the question that's being asked. So
Hmm.
I asked it, I said, what would be the reason why Hitler is not releasing anything from Idaho 4K since before Thanksgiving? It says that, according to ABC News, the main reason Judge Hitler had not released anything from Idaho 4K since before Thanksgiving is that a strict gag order, non discrimination order, was in place preventing him, prosecutors, and police from making public statements until it was lifted in July of 2025.
Right.
This order was originally requested by Brian Kohlberger's defense team to protect the fairness of the trial and limit it partially publicly.
Hmm.
So why Hitler is staying quiet says that the gag order restrictions. Judge
Well,
Hitler imposed a broad non-discrimination order early in the case, which barred law enforcement attorneys and court officials from releasing information to the public. This meant that even routine updates could not be shared, leading to long stretches of silence.
well, here's the thing with that though. That's that you have a valid point. That's true. It did happen. The non-dissemination order was lifted. The case is closed. Brian's in jail. He's been convicted. It's done. So first off, why is there anything being redacted besides people's names? Or no, I'm sorry, besides people's addresses and social security numbers, because everybody that's within this case that is being redacted, we know who they all are. They've been on Dateline and Nightline and 48 Hours and the Amazon Prime special, and they've been on the news. That was his own order. That anybody that has been presented to the public already, there's no reason to redact them from anything. That's a fact, folks. We saw it, came out of his own mouth. It was in a document, all of that. Okay. So there's that. So why the hell are they redacting so much still? And again, the case is closed. What are you worried about? It's done. It's over. What are we doing? This is what I'm saying. It makes no sense. None. And and this is where things happen. This is why things get started. This is why people believe, and I'm sure that there's people that are going to agree with this in here. This is why people believe that there is nefarious shit going on in this case because of stuff like this. Case closed. It's done. So let's see it. And you're still dragging your feet on it. It makes zero sense to me. Got me stumped. Welcome. Good to see you. Redacted. Welcome back, dear. Also, Meanie, I didn't welcome you. Good to see you today, too. And Dave Clayton, who dropped out. Oh, okay. Um, so this is what I don't understand, you guys. This is what I struggle with so bad. Diane dropped.
So I asked it, and it says that even though the case is closed, heavy redactions remain because courts must protect sensitive information such as victims' privacy, witness identifications or identities, investigative techniques, personal data, da da da. So
Okay. You know what,
Investigative
though, Hemi?
techniques.
You know what, Hemi? That part I understand. I've seen them do that. The defense has said that as well. Their investigative techniques and how they got to things. Here's the thing: is the witness protection makes no sense to me because these same people were going to get on the stand and testify to the world. It was going to be broadcast. We were going to see their faces, hear their voices, know their names. What's the difference between that and this? Can somebody explain that to me? How that makes any sense in that aspect? You're fine, Diane.
Well, here you go. So we're talking about sensitive personal identification, like date of birth, social security
Sure.
numbers, and all that shit, right?
None of
So,
us care about, right?
right, we don't really give a rat's ass about all that.
Nope.
But so the victim and witness privacy, okay? So it says court redacts names, date of birth, addresses, and other identifiers to protect victims' families, witnesses, and harassment for exploration.
Right. Right.
It, the Idaho rules is ICAR 32 specifically requires redaction of personal data like date of birth and address even after unsealing. Which, okay, I can get along with that. That's cool. So then it goes to ongoing investigative techniques. Okay, that's what I think everybody's, what? Okay, some documents reveal law enforcement's methods, forensic, gene- uh, genealogy, oh shit, surveillance techniques. There are other redacted to prevent compromising future investigations. Wow, really? That's interesting. So we got sensitive hearing and evidence. Okay, transcripts of closed doors hearings, especially those involving constitutional challenges like IGT and evidence, were released only in redacted form to remove material deemed prejudicial or irrelevant to public transparency. I can go on. There's others too, but that's just to highlight what. So the key takeaway to it is heavy redactions are not about hiding court outcome or the case outcome. They're all are about protecting the privacy and safeguarding investigative methods and complying with Idaho's court rules. So basically, what that's saying to me that they want to hide their inept um, way of investigating the case because we all know that that whole damn thing is
Right.
whack. They're investigated to the way they investigated this case was not right.
Mm-mm. I don't think they should have redacted some of the names, like when they did the interviews, and they were asking questions. Well, did you see, let's say, Jack D? Da 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 da. That I don't think the name should be redacted.
I agree.
I think we should know who they're talking about.
I agree with
Mhm.
that as well. Yes, ma'am.
See, and then I understand that, but this is my opinion about it. They're trying to protect that college and everybody that goes to that college.
And
Uh,
themselves too, Hemi. They're protecting
yeah,
themselves, the law enforcement agency as well, in my opinion.
that's the reason why they're redacting all that. And if you don't know the key players of it, names like Dago does, or we all do, pretty much, um, it will be hard for you to follow. So it's their way of protecting that college and all the kids that goes to that. Plain as day. That's-
Say the very last portion of what you just said because you cut out for a minute.
I
The very
said they're
last
just
part.
redacting that to protect all the kids that goes to that college because they don't want to. I thought about this a long time ago.
Hmm.
They didn't want to arrest any students
Well, it would look bad for the college
to,
grade.
to
Yeah.
yeah,
There and,
because
and again, I think
had they
they're
do that, that would be a hard sell to try to get somebody to go to that college.
of course. And agree and again, I have to agree that they're protecting the mistakes they made, whether they're purposely done or accidental, whatever it was, they're protecting all of that. Okay, because they have to protect the integrity of the college, the school, the town, all of it. Welcome, JC. In
Yeah,
my
because
opinion, that's what it's about. Yeah,
true, and without that college, that town wouldn't be anything.
exactly.
Mhm.
That is a fact. Moscow would be a dot on the map
Yeah.
without the University of Idaho, in my opinion.
Now we can discuss if we want to
About what?
about Green's influence on that town.
Of course.
President, 'cause I think that's where mainly it all comes from.
That's a
Mm-hmm.
good part of it, at least. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I do agree.
Because somebody mentioned that in chat the other day, and I told him, uh, yeah, I would agree that with that 100% because he has total control over that whole town, even the law enforcement.
Right.
So
Uh,
yeah, I mean,
but don't, and then Tomboy just said something. Don't get me wrong. I think the town would survive to some extent, but it wouldn't flourish like it does with the college, is what I'm trying to say. And that's important to Green as well as the rest of the town. You even heard Bill Thompson talk about how important money is to the county for and him for whatever reasons. Why? Why does he care so much about that? And I'm personally, in my opinion, because I believe he gets some form of a kickback from it. Truly, that's my opinion. But thank you, Redacted. So check it out. So I agree that there's definitely a heavy influence coming from the uh, the leaders of the college per se and the leaders of the town.
And
But
Green was in on the meetings with the LE with the law enforcement when we wondered about that when he was talking about his book. We
mm-hmm,
found out that he was in on the investigation stuff, their investigation
right,
techniques.
and he should have never been. What
Uh-uh.
what right does he have? You're the president of a university, a school, a college. You're not law enforcement. You're not legal. You're not an attorney, a judge, any of that. You had no right to be there. Like I said before, that would be just as much as me and Hemi or Leah being in on
Mm-hmm.
those meetings with we had no right to be there. And he was there for a lot of it, if not all of it, folks. There's no reason for that. And that does relate to, in my opinion, the influence that he has within that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
another thing that I was thinking about too, if you was to look at the mainstream media in the audience that looks at mainstream, that's a lot of influence, and
Hmm.
that covers a lot of people. Whereas if you was to figure out, okay, so how many people are watching YouTube, and how many people are actually into the podcast thing,
Right.
and that everybody who has been covering this case, deep diving into the documents and the videos and all this and that and the other, something that mainstream is not doing, and we
Hmm.
all seeing this like one big old huge corrupt uh, identity. Actually,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
not just it's not just for Moscow. It's also in mainstream media that has heavy influence on the public. So
Very, very heavy influence. Yes.
so if we, I you can go after the lawyers and all that, but you can have to go down to the mainstream too, and really uh, convince change there. I mean, or something like that.
Hmm.
because I just think that all this time we just been looking at this and beating ourselves against the wall and in our frustration when we're looking at it because we're seeing it. It's plain as freaking day. You know, it was very eye opening to me because when I was talking to my uncle about it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, they got this guy. He's guilty as shit." I was watching an interview just the other day of
Right.
there was a lady that knew that lived in that area, right straight across the street from 1122, and she was talking about the colleges and everything that happened that morning, and it was full guilter mode. I mean, that kind of let me know, as far as the town wise, if he was to go in there, an elected official was to go in there. I'm just saying this for example. Say, look, the sky is blue today, and when you're looking up, it's all grayed out, clouds covered. They're going to trust and believe that the sky is blue
Mm-hmm.
because they was told that. So
Absolutely. I do agree.
I, I just I'm saying that because had they go in there and said anybody that goes to that school, like Hunter or Dylan, the ones that are very suspect in this case, and they was to go ahead and slap cuffs on them and put them in jail, put them in prison for it, then it would be a wide mass um, panic mode. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
God.
Right.
I never thought that of them. I never saw that. I didn't do that. It, it was
Absolutely.
mind blowing when I was watching that because it was like they was taking pictures of Brian Kohlberger's looks, knowing with the idea of what happened to him and how he committed all this murders and all this and the other, and he just got all this evil looks on him, and going, see, he's guilty.
Well, here's the thing.
See
Let
that.
me let me point something out to you too. It's a good point, Hemi. If Brian Koberger would have been presented to the media as an innocent person, as a do-gooder, as a very smart college kid that has done good things in his life, saving some woman's life that he didn't know, going to school to become somebody of importance in the criminology field, do you realize the outcome that would have happened? Do you realize how hard it would have been for them to incriminate him, to make him become guilty in the court of public opinion? Thank you so much, Meg. It
Mhm.
wouldn't have happened. They wouldn't have done it because they had no case, guys. We know that. Leah, you know that. Hemi, you know that. We've done the
Mhm.
documents. We've been through it all. So if they would not have had the chance to use the media to incriminate this man the way they did, they would have lost the case. Period.
Yes.
Okay? Completely. We
Yeah.
know that because they had
Yeah.
nothing. And that is why, in my opinion, Brian got cornered into the plea and was from day one, from the moment they put cuffs on him all the way up to the sentencing hearing, it was nothing but negative propaganda being spread throughout mainstream media and many YouTube channels, TikTok channels, and other social media platforms, so on and so forth. So, and not everybody's like that. Let me put it that way, because I don't care what the news says, and a lot of us don't. But for the most part, that's what happened. So more than none would have said, no, I don't think Brian did it, and maybe been in the same path that we were on, but they didn't do that. They used the media if for a very nefarious reason to get them what they wanted, and it worked.
See, that's the thing. I think too. Some folks, you need to be educated in our enforcement or law system. Okay, to find out, okay, what's going on, why things are the way they are, and it was really eye opening for me to learn the difference between a plea deal and a trial. There's a lot of difference
Sure.
there.
Sure.
And it all ties and goes back to what Ann Taylor was really fighting for was the constitutional right. Had this go to trial, she knew they didn't have a case. The plea deal essentially just takes the constitutional right of the defendant and throws it out the window because everybody presumes innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. That's something that our uh, country's law has been founded on for years. Essentially, what you're doing is with the plea deals, you're throwing that away. And you're basically telling people, okay, he confessed. No, he did not confess, but he took the plea deal. So that's a form of a confession. No, it's not. That's the reason why when I first found out that he took the plea deal, I said, okay, did he confess? Because he hadn't done this by himself. Who else was involved?
Right.
And I'm sorry, Dago, but I just like when I heard that, I was like, this is bullshit.
Well, see, they never fashioned the charges or any of it to nothing but Brian did it by himself. They didn't allow any room for that within the case to allow other people to be involved in it. Okay. It was one way or no way. Period. Sadly. So um the plea was coming. I had no doubt that that plea was coming no matter what. Um I really thought, based on things we were hearing, that there was a possibility it wasn't going to happen. But if you looked into Bill Thompson and you know anything about Bill Thompson, it wasn't a surprise that there was a plea deal thrown out there. Not at all. Bill Thompson has taken 3 cases to court in 30 plus years. Okay, 3. Think about how many cases he's covered in 30 plus years. The rest of them have been plea deals, hence the name Plea Deal Bill. And we heard Mr. Gonsalves state that Bill got on his hands and knees and begged them to take this plea deal. Why would any prosecution do that? What reason would they do that? If you got such a great case and you have this dead to rights, you have your guy, you know what's going to happen, you're ready to run this through the trial, but why at the end, because that's what he said, we was ready to go, Bill Thompson's words, then why did you beg them to take a plea deal, Bill?
If if ISP forensic team found, say, the banister when you first walk in the house, you go upstairs. This is according to Pop's video, okay? That's where I'm getting it from. And he broke it down. They found 6 samples of blood on the left banister and numerous blood, a lot of blood on the right. It was mixed blood. So you had Kaylee's blood, and you had Maddie's blood, and you had the perp's blood, unknown, male, B. That's how Pop figured out that was the same perp that killed Maddie, also killed Kaylee. With that being said, wouldn't you, if you knew Kopaka and somebody else that uh, I know Pop thinks it was Malwich, but Kopaka, I say that because Judge kind of slipped that out in one of his hearings, or very early on, and he caught himself and said Kopaka, no Koberger. So if you knew that that was one of your perps, and even though he was killed in Washington, why wouldn't you test that blood to make sure that was your perp instead of Oh no, Kohlberger's that's our guy. So we're not going to test this blood sample. They never tested. They go never
That's
tested.
right. And that's what the argument was over at Outcast this morning when Jeff joined the panel. And he brought him a very good point. He completely obfuscated and completely walked around the question. Why would you not want to know every bit of what you need to know or could know about this case? And his answer, what answer he gave was, why? What does it matter? They got their guy. Are you serious? And no matter how you presented it to him, that's what my issue is. That's what we're talking about today. No matter how you presented it to this person, they didn't care. It doesn't matter. They got their guy, in my opinion. But you don't want to know if there's 3 other people involved. If this was something that related to you, welcome, V. Good to see you, dear. If it was something that related to you, wouldn't you want to know every aspect of it? Nope. Doesn't care. And that's one thing to me. That you're not really here for true justice. I'm sorry, but you're not. It almost makes me wonder if you were shoved in here on purpose to just run a narrative for people anytime they get off track. I mean, that's what it looks like. I'm not saying that I fully believe that, but I'm not far from it because you don't want to hear nor see anything we say other than Brian did it. And he did it by himself in 5 minutes. No matter what we present to you, no matter what we say about there's other DNA, blood DNA. They were going to prosecute this case with trace DNA, folks, touch DNA. But we got blood DNA, which is so much stronger, and you don't even want to look at it? Are you serious? It makes no sense to me. I would want to know every aspect to this if I was a family member, or for that matter, I do want to know every aspect of this. Every bit of it. It makes no sense.
And see, and knowing all this too, Dago, that's the reason why I'm just kind of
hold on, Hemi,
frustrated
real quick.
about the parents because I'm saying,
hold on, Hemi, 1 second. Whoever's backstage, I do request that you show your face for like 3 seconds just to ensure you're going to show your face and not your waist. And then I will go ahead and bring you up on panel. You don't have to leave your camera on. Just show me your face backstage for 3 seconds to make sure you're doing what you're doing. That's all. If you're somebody new. If you can't, unfortunately, I can't bring you up. Okay, my apologies. Sorry about that, my friend. Go ahead, Hemi. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, you good. I just get frustrated with the parents of this whole thing. It's kind of like, okay, we accepted it. You know, it's over with. I mean, come on, man. We got Steve talking about, well, you know, the prosecutor, this, and that, and the other, and how much he hates him, and this, that, and the other. You didn't even get the results from Kaylee until the day of that trial,
Right.
or whatever it was. I'm blanking, but why are you not questioning this investigation? Do you not want to know what really happened? Instead of all these accusations and everybody's breaking down this film and listening to audio and doing their own investigating of this, trying to come down to the root of the truth of what actually happened. I mean, I can't express this enough. I have my theory, but when you have a lead, one of the leading officers, I'm not sure what rank he was in, on body cam talking about we're coming up with a theory about what happened. That right there told me everything I need to know. I'm like, really? Wow.
Yes, sir. Hey, Joanne. I understand. Diaper Dandy, that's you. Okay. All right, let's try it again. I'll do it a different way then. Come on. You can jump backstage, Dandy. I'll bring you up. Yeah, my biggest issue with this, though, Hemi, is why people are refusing. Leslie and Billy, for instance, has been leaning more towards the guilt side for a long time. For instance, they were over there this morning too. Okay, and all she was trying to point out to Jeff was, Jeff, you can't be honest and just say when you look at this and say that there's something that's just off here. There's something strange. You don't want to hear it. I mean, come on, guys.
I
Truly.
mean, it's kind of like when I'm looking at it and everybody's saying the same thing. It's kind of like we got an officer in the back in the backyard taking photos of footprints, but yet he's taking his shoe print and putting right beside another one and trying to figure out what size it is. I mean, come on, man. Really?
Exactly. Exactly. Welcome, Marshall, and welcome, Miss Annie. Wonderful to have you both up here with us today. I appreciate you.
Dago, thank you for having me, Dago. My camera's a bit broke, you know what I mean? And I'm a legit person, no below the waist things.
It's
Great,
okay.
great show.
No
Rest in
problem.
peace to to those people that suffered that horrific crime. And
Absolutely.
thanks for all you people out there, from everybody, just trying to get the truth and just
That's right.
trying to figure out what happened there. There's just too many inconsistencies. There's too many red flags. There's just too many what ifs. And to be proven, in America, I thought it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'll tell you, if there was ever any doubts in this case, you look no farther. I'm 56, I think I am now. I've never seen there's been situations where things have happened and this is so bizarre, and
It is.
I can't make heads or tails of it, but I do appreciate you, Dago, a lot, and I appreciate all you people really putting some heart and soul into this for the justice of the poor. And thank you, Dago.
Thank you for recognizing that and recognizing that that's what myself and Annie, Miss Potts here, and Lana, and all these other channel creators. That's all we're here for, is to really, really, truly try to bring some truth to this and some justice, because the victims didn't deserve this. And again, the victims don't get talked about a whole lot, guys. That's a fact. But that's what this is about. Okay. It's not about myself. It's not about, Annie or Miss Potts or any of the other creators out there. It's not about them. It's about the victims, because they deserve this. They deserve truth. They don't have a voice. They're gone, unfortunately. So somebody has to be a voice and point to the fact that something is wrong here. It has been from the beginning. So that, thank you for that statement, Marshall. I appreciate you, and thank you for joining us. I always appreciate everybody's input on this. And welcome, Annie. Again, great to see you, dear. Thank you so much for joining us as well.
Hello.
Um, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. Good to see you again today.
Okay, just making sure. I know sometimes my audio's bad.
No, you sound good actually today. Sounds great. Thank you.
Dago, I've been following this from the initial reports when the crime took place.
Right.
And it was head scratching right from the get go. When you see something like that, you're thinking shootings, you're thinking something, four people. I wasn't thinking a knife. And
Of
when
course.
when they
Right.
came out when they came out initially, they said, "Hey, no worries. This was a crime of passion, I believe." And
Hmm.
kind of like, and I'm thinking, wow, no worries. I mean, that is as brutal as one can be. Uh, and
Absolutely.
what segued me into this whole Moscow, Idaho thing was I was discussing with a group of people about cults, about Marshall Applewhite, so to speak, Heaven's Gate with the sneakers.
Yeah.
And you look back in time with Helter Skelter, blood on the wall, and just
Right.
how it just in Jonestown. We talk about military and things like that, but there's nothing more stronger. Look at the Crusades when you're doing it for God. And before these crimes ever took place, there was someone in Moscow that popped up, and this guy's I want to say he's like a Charles Manson, but he's got a Idaho Vandals degree, along with most of the people that are calling the shots over there. And not only that, he's connected with the Department of War, the guy that's in charge of the, the Department of War. Pete Hegseth is his buddy, and
Yeah.
it has military written all over it. Sorry for raising my voice, but it just kind of takes my breath away because I can't even believe how deep this is. Because it's too hard, I believe, for frats to cover it up for something like that. I think it just runs way deeper. They were a fixture in the town, the girls and Ethan. They worked downtown, had a coffee shop, so to speak. They hear everything. The initials reports was one of the young ladies was into true crime. She was kind of poking around and saying, hey, what's going on here? What's going on there? And when you have someone with that much power holding a wedding for a known child pedophile, for there's some crazy stories with a membership of over 3,000 people there in Moscow. He's got a group of kids that are out of control. It's his way or no way. And no one seems to be talking about that. Hey, we could be way off. We could think it's whoever it could be. But to have it just one retraction, one question covered up, and where it makes no sense. I mean, I don't have a college degree, but I know when hot water's boiling, I know when a piece of ice is cold. This stinks to high heaven. And when you have connections, the Department of War, and this is facts. The head guy there over in Moscow that says amen every night, he's in bed, so to speak, with the Department of War of the most powerful country in the world. And I don't know what's going on here, but rest in peace to those victims. I don't believe there's ever going to be any truth coming out of this because I think it's so deep that it just takes my breath away, to be honest, to think that this could happen anywheres, anytime, and just strange all over the place. They go strange.
Yeah, it would have to be, Marshall, in my opinion, to go to the extremes that we've seen and the things that one of the main things, like Miss Potts, for instance, she has been dedicated to this DNA issue. Okay, that there's blatant DNA, like we were talking about earlier. They have this kid on trace, touch, whatever you want to call it, DNA. It's very circumstantial. It's nothing really. But then you have something that is so strong, okay, in my opinion, so strong, blood DNA. It's actual blood, and you're just ignoring it like it doesn't exist. You refuse to run
a mixture with a victim. It's in a mixture with a victim, Dago, right? That DNA is a mixture with the victim, and they're ignoring it. It just makes you scratch your head to the highest degree. And I just wonder if Kaylee was onto something with some creepazoids in that neighborhood. And I told Adam everything. I think that was at the start. I told him everything. Oh, you shouldn't have said that. If this gets out of the bag, down goes the steeple and all the pretty people. I mean, and I don't know what transpired there, but it almost feels like a high IQ, high powered, high money type cult. And they're called the Kirkers. They're called the Kirks. That's the people out there in that little cult. They're called Kirks. Kirkers. Right. And it's just all weird where it all, with the Charlie and the Kirk and the Captain Kirk, and just really bizarre, Dago. And I just want to thank you for the time. I'm busy at work, and Miss Potts, everybody that comes in here and talks about this, because I believe there's some really, really strange things that no one can really answer here, and that's why we're speculating. And I don't know where the truth lies, but it's so bizarre. I've never seen anything more crazy in my life than this case. And thank you all. Have a blessed day. And thank you, Dago.
You're always welcome to join us. I appreciate you very much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And if we don't see you again, have a wonderful holiday, my friend. Thank you. I mean, he's got some good points, guys. Welcome, Michelle, or Miss your girl. Sorry, and Annie. Again, thank you for being here. The table
of course.
and platform is yours, Miss Potts.
Oh, well, I didn't want the floor. I mean, I actually only came up just to kind of, throw some jabs at Jeff, but
do your thing. Do your thing. Like I said, that's kind of what the conversation was about. You were there, I was there, we all were listening. It was blatant. And you were asking very simple questions. I was asking simple questions. Like I said, Leslie and Billy, who falls into the, I hate to say it this way, but falls into the guilters category in some aspect, was pointing at basic points and saying, Jeff, you can't just say There's something odd here. You can't just see that. You can't. She was making amazing points today, and he refuses. And then he got to the point, Annie, that he was getting so upset. It seemed that he's afraid she's changing channels or something. It looks like. I'm gonna get down so that Leslie doesn't get so upset about this. What are you doing? Just answer the questions, bro. And he refuses to do it. He walks in every direction he can except into the direction of the question that he's asked. Why don't you guys want to see this stuff? It's here in your face. We're showing it to you in any way, form that we can to present it to you. And we listen to what you're saying as well, but you refuse to see it. It makes
The
zero
thing that's
sense.
so interesting, the thing that was so interesting to me about like the conversation with Jeff is that I even
Yes,
granted him
you
full
did.
that Koberger's entirely guilty. He did it all by himself. He ran out of the house, stripping everything off his body, hopping into the car buck naked. I granted all of that, and he still can't explain precisely how he was able to keep trace biological evidence from the crime scene getting into his vehicle. I'm not talking about physical that you could see with the naked eye. I'm talking about what should be present, which is even trace microscopic biological material that would have transferred. Like even as he's ripping off all of the bloody attire, there's going to be stuff that transfers to his physical body, and then he would transfer that into the vehicle, and there's nothing there.
Absolutely nothing. And they tore that car down because I've seen some of these guilters say they didn't do a good job on the car. Yeah, they did. They took the
Yeah, they did.
they went as far. You've seen the pictures. They ripped the steering column apart, pulled out the turn signal. They pulled out the windshield wiper switch. Everything was ripped apart, you guys. And there's not one speck. Nobody's that good. Nobody's that good. I'm sorry. I don't care what he wrote. I don't care what he knows. Nobody is that damn good. It's not fucking possible,
I
you
just
guys. Come
never
on.
under I never understood the argument that because it's obviously something that's tricky to get around, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is that forensically, there should be even trace evidence
Yep.
of this crime scene in his vehicle based on what the state alleges of how this all occurred.
Yes, ma'am. And there's not even a speck, not a dot, not a nothing, not a trace, you guys. I want somebody to, any of you guys, whether you agree with us or disagree with us, please. How? Tell me how. And I'm going to tell you, you can tell, you've heard it from the prosecutor. Is this, well, she doesn't say shit, but himself, as well as the lead investigators, that they wanted to find these connections to him and could not do it. Could not do it. This man has no connection. And I'm, again, like with it, what Annie says, she's not saying Brian had no involvement in this. She's never said it, you guys. I can vouch for her there. Okay. But she questions how you put him there.
I
Explain
question
that.
why the only one you have in custody.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the other
That's what I
people?
question.
There, if we would know if there were
Because
other people, if they would have taken the time to run that blood DNA, okay, but they refused to do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
oh, you're fine. You didn't interrupt me. It's your show, homie.
Yeah, but I don't like interrupting you when you talk because you say such wise things.
You're good,
I just,
Dago.
you know,
It's
the whole thing pisses me off.
you got unknown DNA. You don't even know who that is. That's mixed up with the victim's blood. And I'm seeing you pointing finger at Kopaka and all these other people, but have we? I know he's dead, but you still can get DNA from Kopaka. Have you tested it? No. Did you take Brian Kohlberger's blood after he was arrested? Did you try to see if he matched one of those unknown male B? No. You don't even know who that is. That's why I'm scratching my head. How are
And
you
then,
investigating this?
and then you make up some bullshit excuse that if you run it through CODIS, it's going to knock the other stuff. That's not. It doesn't work that way. It don't. And you think that people are dumb enough to believe you? So if you're going to make up a lie like that, okay, you don't expect people to call you on it, to challenge you there. Come on. Welcome, White Rabbit. Thank you for that. No apologies there. Thank you for that. Number 6, appreciate you very much. God bless. Very generous, and I appreciate having you here. Outcast in the house. What's up, buddy? The link has been at the top of the chat, bro. You're welcome to join us anytime if you want.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Annie?
Sorry, I was just saying Outcast.
Oh, yeah.
I love
I do too.
Outcast.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's great.
If there's
His
anybody
laugh
that's
is life, is it not? Like listening to him read people's comments and laugh is my
100%.
favorite.
Yes. It makes me laugh every time. It makes me laugh. Truly, thank you so much. Love and Other Habits. Does anyone know if BK actually said? Was anyone else around? No, that was something that Brian Enton created to help his narrative when he did his show that day. That was not ever stated that we know of. The only thing he ever stated, and that came from his attorney in Pennsylvania, was I cannot wait to be exonerated for this. That was factually they cleared that was really said, but Brian Enton created the other statement, ma'am. Which once again, mainstream media making sure that they're running that narrative, period. It's insane. It is truly insane to me how these people refuse to look at these things, to hear these things. You have real DNA in my, that's what I call it. I hate saying it, but because the other DNA is real too, but it's really not as compared to blood. And you don't want to talk about it. Don't you wonder? Why don't you wonder, I should say, who else could be involved in this?
my question is, Dago, now that it's 3 years gone, do they still have those samples of unknown DNA?
Do you think they do?
They have to.
I mean, I do wonder though, Annie. Though they did have, what was it, 1.4? They definitely had more of that.
If I remember correctly, based on all the lab notes from like Idaho State Police and the communications with Riley Nowlin and some of the other people at ISP, even the samples that they say, oh, we consumed the entire sample, there is still a profile that was retained.
Yes.
And that they still have, right?
So there has to be some form of something there. 100%, I agree. Unless of course you really want to go to the corrupted side and they just tossed it. I'm not going to doubt that. I won't say that they did, but like she said, there's got to be a profile that exists at the very least. So
well, they can't. There is like a standard though. They can't just toss it. There is a whole there are steps that they have to follow at the lab itself to like even disposition a profile and or like terminate a profile out of the system, and where I would imagine his defense team more than likely was still trying to access those profiles and that DNA data. Even with the plea happening, they were still trying to access those pieces of evidence. So I would imagine they still exist. I don't think they've been destroyed or anything by the lab, especially if the defense is still trying to gain access to them.
And that's a good point. I hope that that's correct. And the only reason why I made the statement I did is because we heard the stupidity about the refrigerator door being left open, the fire that happened. There was many, many reasons and excuses for things disappearing and not being able to be presented. And it just made me think, what's going to come next? What could it be? Is there something else that's going to happen? You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I was in that frame of mind.
Well, the beautiful thing about the raw data of a profile is that even if for some reason, oopsie poopsie, your fridge dies and all of the samples inside are ruined, as long as those samples already had a raw data profile made, that raw data profile is like in the computer. It's not.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? That it's still there in the system. It's not a physical profile. You no longer have the physical sample, but you have the raw data associated with that sample.
And if that were to disappear, then that in itself 100% is going to be seen and known to be nefarious. Somebody had to purposely dump it at that point and get rid of it. So, and they're not stupid enough to go that far. And I would hope not, at least, because then it's going to be called out for what it is. So yeah, that's there. So at that point, you have this, you had that, you could do this. Why don't you want to do it? Is what the big question is. Why are you avoiding this? In all aspects, it makes me believe they're protecting something or someone. That's all it looks like to me. I can't see it in any other way, you guys. It makes no sense for any other reason. And they don't like to hear that. But you're doing it to yourself by doing what you're doing, in my opinion, of course. Welcome,
Yeah, they're
Slim.
protecting somebody really, really, really big. And they know who did this. That's the reason why they have gone to the extremes that they have gone through to hide everything on that.
Right. And see
But
the
they've
other
had
part. Go ahead.
what I'm getting at though is with all this unknown DNA, if they still have access to this, even though it's over 3 years, somebody can reopen this case and look into that unknown data and be able to test that and find the perps that did this.
That's yeah, and that's why I am. There's multiple people doing different things around here. I'm going to be trying to reach out to Department of Justice and say, hey, why was this not done? Why was this allowed to happen? Will they respond? I don't know. Is it going to be a waste of time? It could be, but it you'll never know till we do it. So, again, I want to know, why is this not important to law enforcement itself? Why did you shut this down when you got Brian's name and say, okay, we're done? Let's move on. Why? And we can
Well,
blame this
here's
on
how you know
Brian.
too.
Go ahead. Go
Here's how
ahead.
you know too that these profiles, right? These alleged unknowns that we don't know if they still exist anymore, whether or not they're relevant. Here's how you know that not only do they still exist, they are relevant because the state was using those profiles in an attempt to eliminate their own witnesses who the defense were naming as alt perps. And the state is saying, hey, no, we cleared those alt perps from these samples. That's how we know it's not them. Even though they never identified the samples, they did
Right.
use them to eliminate the alternate perps, according to the state.
Right.
So if the state is clearing and or eliminating people from these unknown profiles, we can logically deduce those unknown profiles are pertinent to the crime, hence why they're comparing them to alternate suspects.
Good point. Very good point.
That's the thing
Right?
too, Miss Pot, that Hitler has made it very clear that he's willing to to hear that, but it does not. What Hitler's saying is, it does not exclude Kohlberger. It just suggests there's other people involved. If you interrogated
Mm-hmm.
Brian Kohlberger and if you did it just right, you can get that out of Kohlberger if he had anything to do with it. But you didn't really connect Kohlberger. That's the issue. You didn't connect him to the scene. And you're openly saying, we can't put him in the house. We can't do this. We can't do that. But we got a plea deal.
Well,
And he
that's all.
confessed, but he didn't confess, but he changed the plea. That's just, ooh.
And he's also the
Well,
same
see,
man
my
that
main.
said, go ahead. Go ahead, Annie.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
All I was going to say was that that's also the same man that said, why would we believe anything that he has to say to us? So, in turn, if he's going to say that at that point, it makes me wonder how he would receive anything else that was stated or brought forth. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Annie. I didn't mean to step on that.
Oh no, you're fine. I just, me, I trip out on this, the whole like
Absolutely.
unknown male blood,
Absolutely.
right? Because the unknown male blood, in my opinion, it's not fully unknown. They
Right.
tested it far enough to know that they have two unique, distinct male profiles that are not the same and they do not match Q11, which is allegedly Koberger. So you have this mixed male on the back of the sheath Q14. It doesn't match Q11, which is allegedly Koberger. And then you have male blood B, male blood D, also two separate, distinct, unique profiles. So we have total of 4 unique, distinct profiles. There's only one person who was taken into custody. We have 2 profiles that were never subjected to IgG or CODIS.
Exactly.
And the problem that I have with it is that if you went through all the trouble to not only build a profile, right? You had to pull your SNP, your SMP, and your STR from this trace sample that is allegedly Koberger's. You had to do a lot with that in order for you to even make it eligible for CODIS to upload to CODIS. You had to do stuff to it first, where you have these other 2 actual blood
Exactly.
profiles that are
Yep.
never uploaded. Right.
Yep, ma'am.
And
See,
I
that's
think maybe
why.
that's what gets
Go ahead.
lost on some people when they wonder, like, what I'm questioning here. What I'm questioning is, why is the trace sample that had to first be found by the lab and then have things done to it to make it eligible for CODIS, why is it
Right.
taking precedent over 2 actual blood profiles that were collected visually, naked eye style with swabs?
100%. That's what makes zero
That's
sense
kind
to
of my
me.
thing.
It's a huge point. And honest and personally, I'll be honest with you guys. I think they do know who those belong to. Okay. This is just my opinion. This is where I'll go. I get a little conspiratorial. Okay. I think they do know who it belongs to. Why they won't come forth with it, that's yet to be seen. But I do. I truly believe that they do know who that other DNA belongs to. And I think that that is in itself what the issue is right there. So that's been my opinion with that for a while, because it doesn't make any sense. Like she just explained, you had to do some things to get to the point you're at to get this. Okay. So why would you only take it to this extent and then just stop right there? That makes no sense. And I don't believe they did. I think they have it. I think they know who it is. That's my opinion. Again. So
Well, the thing that it makes me question it is like, okay, so on the same day that you're made aware of this trace sample that the lab has found, you are also made aware that male blood B, male blood D, at the time all of this is happening, and you're sending Q11 off to Othram, you're also aware of these 2 other unknowns. And it's mind-boggling to me that you wouldn't just send all 3 to be run through IgG, since it's according to all of them, the
yep.
state, Othram, Kipler, according to all of them, IgG is no problem. There's nothing
Right.
wrong with doing it. It's fine to do it. It doesn't violate anything. So what's the problem? So if that's true, and you know you have these 3 unknowns, all of them then should have been subjected to CODIS and IgG, not just the one.
Absolutely. And there
That's
has to
why it
be,
makes it look like you're intentionally ignoring the other 2 while focusing on the one, in my opinion.
and that's exactly what I mean, it doesn't just look like it, Annie, that they did it. You know what I mean? They basically did it. So, I mean, unless they didn't do it. You know what I'm trying to say? It does look that way, yes. There's your question though. Why? What good reason would you have to not do this? That's why I don't believe that they didn't. I believe they did it. I believe that they sent it off. I believe that it's been talked to. Okay. Like I said, this is the conspiracy side to me. I believe that that's the part that's been hidden, that's been covered. Why? I can't tell you why, you guys. That's what the whole thing is. The whole point is, why would you hide that? Why would you cover that up if you did do it? Because it doesn't make any sense that they would send that off, but nothing else. Come on. Nope. I will not believe it. Hey, don't dive. Good to see you, dear.
Yeah,
And
well,
to not
it
question
is
us.
the reason
I just
why
think,
people
the whole thing's
speculating
super
that.
annoying when you find out about You go ahead.
Go ahead, Miss
Sorry.
Potts.
I have a
No, go
lag.
ahead.
Sorry. No.
I was just going to say there's a reason why there's a lot of speculating around the law enforcement that could have taken part in this. We've seen the body cams. We've seen Hunter there all the time. Uh, just putting two and two together. What would make them to go to this extreme to cover this all up? Had it not be for somebody in law enforcement or somebody in that college in high ranks that could be involved in this. Uh, we can speculate and say, well, because of this new footage of 1112 and hearing all the screams and the activity that was going on at the time, why wasn't anybody out there trying to figure out what the hell's going on?
You
And
notice
then,
nobody's
you
touched
know,
this, right? And you don't expect them to. Nobody within mainstream media will touch this footage. Nobody. Because it tells a story opposite of what they've been telling. Nobody's talking about it besides us. And they won't, in my opinion. They won't. So I don't. Yeah, I agree with you. There's something big there. I agree with Mr. Marshall that was up here. It's very deep and goes very high, in my opinion. That's the question that I think every one of us has is why, what's so important, or who that you're doing this? Why is this case buried under so much secrecy? Because I've never seen another case ever that I've ever looked at, and I've been watching this stuff for a long time, ever been this secret, which makes no sense. In a case like this, it just makes no sense.
and
There's
it's total bias too. I see it. You clear people because they're tied into a college. You're not even taking any kind of form of sample or anything to confirm the unknown DNA. None of that. It's clear as day.
right.
But you're clearing these people because they go to the college.
Yep. Yeah. And again, I could see if this was a president or a senator or somebody of importance like that, and that would make sense as far as the secrecy goes. But there's not. There's not at all. If this was a matter of national security, okay, but it's not. And I'm not degrading the case or downgrading. It's not, it's not that it's not important, guys, but it's not in that realm for it to have to be so secretive.
And they didn't even test Kopaka. I'm pretty sure they didn't even test Malwich. Neither. They
I
didn't do
don't know
shit.
about any of that.
They didn't do nothing.
I cannot answer that question either, Meanie. That's an interesting question, though. That's a good way to put it, too, Moonflower. It's a fact. That's what we saw. She said, I never saw a case where the judge is testifying for the prosecution. And it does go beyond bias. He was literally promoting the conviction. She's right. It's insane. He should have been the one to call out the things that Annie's talking about and didn't say a word.
Hitler is the one that I have the biggest problem with.
Exactly. He, as the judge, should have been the one to point the things out that Annie is talking about right now, guys, and has not didn't make a damn move. Didn't even flinch in that direction.
Well, for me, it's not about pointing it out. It's about that he has been made aware by the state, by both sides, what they have, how the defense plans to refute everything the state is saying. He is aware of the full scope of Nicholas Balance and everything going on with the timing advanced. 95% of the data is missing. 85% of the
Right.
handoffs were not accounted for. Do you understand what I'm saying? So to
Mm-hmm.
me, that's why HIPAA bothers me so much. Not only is he fully aware of the other unknown, unidentified males, he's fully aware that everything that Nicholas Balance was supposed to testify to is
Yep.
absolute horse shit. And Cy Ray and Tom Slavinsky were going to eat it right up
Absolutely.
for lunch.
Well, just like that hearing that you replayed that hearing that day was great as you were sitting in the background. Um, he had every option. Hitler did, and was standing there explaining to him when they brought up the Cy Ray situation, and he insulted him. Cy was there on a live feed, folks, waiting to be able to explain this, ready to go. He completely ignored and denied it, and he could have.
I'm talking now.
One of the
I'm
things.
talking now. Like,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know
Go
if
ahead.
you've seen the document. I found this document by accident, but I read it like a week or so ago in a
Okay.
live, and it's attached to the defense's reply to the state's thing, the state's motion in limine regarding text messages or whatever. It's their actual exhibit that was attached with that filing, and you can see the exhibit. And Anne goes into great detail about specifically Nicholas Balance. Like Nicholas Balance is like 2 pages long. That she goes into great detail about how inaccurate he had no analysis or opinions
Mm-hmm.
for anything, including why the spot on the map marked BK. It's actually not his house. Like it's his house, but his phone isn't there. So it talks about how, like, even though Balance has it listed as, Koberger's residence or whatever, the phone was not at the Koberger residence at all when Nicholas Balance says it was.
Right.
That's not where the phone was. It wasn't there.
No, I didn't get to see that. Which one was it, Annie? Which
It's in
what's
the
it titled?
you have okay, let me think. It is the defense's reply to the state's response to the defense's motion in limine to exclude, like, the it's all to do with timing advance and fucking Cy and where's, for fuck's sake, Fitziana when you need her. Meg's here. Meg probably knows which one I'm talking about. I just
Do you
read it.
remember what? Do you remember what you titled your show? Because I'll just pull your show and let it read that way. Um, I'm looking now to see if I can find out.
Well, I mean, if you, yeah, bring it up on the screen for me if you don't mind, and I could probably tell you which one it is. I think I labeled it, let me think. Has to do with, it's a video. Maybe I
Riley,
labeled it, what did I title it? Like special agent bad boy balance or something.
boom, there it is.
All right, so
Let me
special.
see.
Yep, I got it. There we go.
Okay,
caught it
so
right.
yeah, it's in whatever document that is. I have the document linked in the description of that video.
Gotcha.
You don't have to like play me, but the document is linked there so that, anybody who wants to read this on
Okay.
their own, they can. But Anne goes into great detail in this regarding Nicholas Balance. So the thing that really upsets me is that Hitler is well aware of all of this. And this is what has made me come to the conclusion that Hitler all along with the whole get ready for trial, there was never going to be a trial. There was no fucking way that this judge was allowing any of this to occur because the
Exactly.
FBI was going to get eaten up. The state was going to get eaten up. The defense was coming in swinging with their experts, and these experts are not people that you trifle with. They're
Mm-hmm.
very good at what they do. So I don't know. I'm of the opinion now, currently, that there was never going to be a trial.
I agree with you. I don't think there was supposed to be. This was the whole plan the whole time, in my opinion. It's the reply to the state's response to defendant's motion in limine number 2. Read the vague and undisclosed expert testimony, guys. We have gone through this, but this is interesting.
There you go.
Let's see here. It says,
Yeah,
I'm
see,
not
like
gonna
when
read
you
all.
ask me, like I have no idea. It's a motion in limine for some shit, right? I can't remember it, but
Right.
I think I
Right.
said text
Exactly.
messages. It's not the text messages. My bad.
You're good. You're good. It's perfect. It says, hold on a minute. I'm not gonna read all that comes now bullshit. Vague and undisclosed expert testimony filed in the court March 17th to 25 says that Latah County began prosecuting Mr. Koberger in December of 22. Let me blow it up for you guys. I always forget to do that. I'm sorry, so you can see it as well. It's always nice to find something interesting and new. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see it now. And let me shut this down too. There we go. Okay. Discovery was filtered to Mr. Koberger in a slow, and we all know this, that the discovery that Ann requested repeatedly was filtered very slowly and disorganized in a tedious fashion. The state had the benefit of 6 weeks access to the scene, law enforcement and experts analyzing the scene, experts ready and available to assist with search warrants and expert advice. Hundreds of law enforcement officers assisted in this case. Access to the investigating with assisting law enforcement and experts meant that prosecutors did not have to filter through 68 terabytes of information to be sure that the right information was at the fingertips of the expert. The reality and gravity of the 68 terabytes of info cannot be overstated. Mr. Koberger's Capitol Defense Team has spent over 2 years devouring as much of the data as possible. The team has not completed review. His team does not have hundreds of people to locate and talk about various pieces of information contained in the discovery. The state does. Oh, yeah, the state does, period. Sorry. Mr. Koberger is protected by the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of Idaho. But is he? He has the right to a fair trial, to have effective assistance of counsel to confront evidence against him. He has the right to not be convicted unless the state proves its case beyond a reasonable doubt, which they were not going to be able to do, in my opinion, you guys. The state bears the burden of proof. The state has ethical duties under the Constitution, criminal and evidentiary rules and orders of this court. 1 second. To disclose expert opinion and what it would rely on in its case against Mr. Koberger. Instead, the state provided vague, loose topic area responses for the experts that they have worked closely with. These same experts have been working with the state since the beginning of the case. The state's disclosures were, for the most part, abysmal. Still, as it relates to 67, they screwed that up. My apologies. 67 electronic devices and third-party warrant returns. The state has not disclosed any expert opinions or disclosures of what it intends to rely on. The state's disclosures can only be described as sandbagging. In many cases, it appears that the state's initial disclosures resembled a laundry list of topics, and then once Mr. Koberger complied with the court's order, the state took advantage of learning a great deal about Mr. Koberger's experts and evidence and tailored new disclosures to address Mr. Koberger's experts. These are not rebuttal disclosures. They are the state's case in chief. Numerous examples are laid out in detail in Exhibit 1. One example is the state's Amazon expert Cox. A second and more extreme example is FBI SA Balance. Surprise. Many of these expert disclosures are based on evidence and data.
Notice it says that. Sorry,
Go ahead.
notice it says that the second more extreme example is balance.
Right.
Is the second more extreme example.
Yeah, that words are important, folks. More extreme. Very important, in my opinion. Yes. Oh, I just lost my damn place. Sorry. Hold on.
Sorry.
Where's it at? Where'd it go? Okay. So many of these expert disclosures are based on evidence and data that still has not been disclosed to Mr. Koberger. This is particularly true of Balance, whose ever-changing reports and opinions are based on material that has not been provided to Mr. Koberger. That's interesting. To assist the court, Mr. Koberger appends Exhibit 1 to this motion as a guide to the chronology of the disclosures and the lack of detail. It identifies each expert and the limits of the disclosure. The state cannot be allowed to benefit from what they have done. Mr. Koberger, recognizing what the state was doing, filed a motion to compel disclosures and a motion to extend his deadline. His motion to extend disclosure deadline was denied, as everything was. During his motion to compel, this court expressed intent to apply the rules of disclosures were not properly made. The state then, with the advantage of Mr. Koberger's expert disclosures, has continued to trickle new opinions to the defense. Keyword trickle, folks. The state cannot be allowed to benefit at the expense of Mr. Koberger's right to a fair trial, confrontation, due process, and assistance of counsel. The state cannot be allowed to ignore Mr. Koberger's rights, shirk its duty, and get a free pass on the rules. And the state must be held to the limits of its timely disclosures. That was March 24th.
And did you notice too, like what? Did you notice too what they put in there as well, as far as these disclosures from Special Agent Balance contain information and evidence that was never turned over to the defendant
Never given to
or
Mr.
his
Koberger.
defense team? So how are you?
Yep.
How are you offering opinions and disclosures and based on evidence that's never been even turned over?
It's never been disclosed. So how can
How
you have
can
an
you
opinion on it?
even?
Right. Yes.
Right.
There it is, folks, right there in itself. So we have somebody that's giving an opinion, an expert opinion, without any knowledge of that of what he's giving an opinion on.
Dago, you just wait until you read the exhibit. Like, you just wait, because it's like a page and a half there where they go on about Balance, and it is mind blowing the shit that she lays down in this record about Balance, Special Agent Kennedy, even Cyray's second affidavit talks about this Special Agent Kennedy and how Special Agent Kennedy is the one that allegedly did the peer review process for Special Agent Balance's work. And the problem is Special Agent Kennedy, I'm pretty sure he hasn't been through the course to be a subject matter expert in order to peer review anyone's work. Cy is the one who created the first course.
Of course.
So, you know what I mean? Like, Cy's like, so you're saying that Balance's work was peer reviewed by Special Agent Kennedy, and I'm saying that I'm the one who created the process for you to become a subject matter expert to peer review Balance's work. And Kennedy is the one that, you know, I certified. So it would appear here that not only did Special Agent Balance disclose a bunch of opinions based on data that was never submitted to the defense, but he also claims to have his work peer reviewed by someone else within the FBI who hasn't gone through the certification process with Cyray.
So again, in layman's terms, he claims that he I'm sorry, just saying it sounds so funny to me. This guy, Balance, okay, is the expert and had nothing to give an opinion on because he never saw it, never did anything he was supposed to do with it, okay? And then in turn has another agent that had no training in this field whatsoever to sign off on it. You got to be kidding me, Annie. This is insane.
Well, it's not that Kennedy has no training. It's just that if you're going to be a subject matter expert, especially on peer reviewing CAS data, for instance, in CSLI work, right? You would have to go through Cy's training course to be certified as a subject matter expert. He's the person who created it.
Bingo.
He's the one who has certified over 100 subject matter experts through his course. So it would be one of those 100 that he certified that should be peer reviewing Balance. not someone who hasn't been certified.
And then you're going to turn around and call Cy. Yeah, okay. What a joke, you guys. This is what I'm talking about. This is the stuff that's in black and white that we're seeing. Okay.
I'm just saying.
That's throwing these red flags up that
You
people
just
are
wait.
saying.
I mean, I got to get going, but I wanted you to at least see that document and then read it to everyone regarding Special Agent Balance specifically, because it's going to blow your mind when you actually read through how detailed it is, how little, the very little that he relied on, the fact that he was ignoring handoffs while relying on others, and could not give a coherent reason as to why he is relying on some handoff data while ignoring other handoff data. He can't give a coherent explanation as to why he is reporting the phone to be at the Koberger residence on the map when it's not. It's south of the Koberger residence when he's claiming it's at the residence. So it's going to blow your mind. Wait till you read this shit. It's mind blowing.
And this is in part why I believe that Ann was trying to impeach Balance on. Remember when that whole thing went down, you guys, in that hearing where she said, Your Honor, I really would like to have a conversation with Agent Balance about this, so on and so forth. And his answer to this was sure, but off the record, not in front of the jury. You're kidding me. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, these are the things that are in black and white in our faces.
I think she was going to. Yeah, I think she was going to go full ham impeaching every single one of the state's witnesses with their own other witnesses, in my opinion.
Probably.
Like,
I agree.
I think that she wasn't going to use Cy Ray to impeach Balance. I think that more than likely they were more than likely going to use Tom Slovinsky and his findings to be able to, because Slovinsky would be peer reviewing Cy's work. Do you get what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah. That makes sense.
So, like,
which would have been even better, right?
This is the difference between what Balance did and then what the defense is doing. So the defense is actually using an expert who uses another expert to peer review his fucking work and his conclusions. Balance did not do that here.
What a disaster. Yeah. I'll read this here too, because this is interesting. And it's listed. The expert disclosure.
I gotta get going. You know I love you, but please read that.
Yeah, absolutely, Annie. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for pointing this out, because this is a big point right here, you guys. Very big point. Have a great day, Annie, and anytime, you always know. Thank you so much. We love you. We appreciate you, and I hope you have a great day.
You too, Diego. Thanks. I enjoy the read. It's a fun.
Oh, absolutely. Expert disclosure. This is dated December 18th of last year. The initial disclosure stated that he would testify about how cell towers work and interact with cell phones. His testimony would include, and remember when I'm reading this, remember what Annie just said, you guys. Keep that in mind, okay? His testimony would include what records related to personal cell phones are available and how they're used. Special Agent Balance will testify consistent with the historical cellular phone data provided to defendant in discovery. S.A. Balance will explain the methodology used to create his report. Excuse me. Including his corroboration of the mapping with the records provided. Balance will also explain in detail what the mapping in his report reflects. It is noteworthy that the state has never disclosed Balance's methodology used to create his report. He has never disclosed how his maps were created. Balance has omitted over 90% of the AT&T data during the relevant times he chose to map. There is no disclosure as to why this data was omitted. Balance will provide his opinion as to the general locations in which the target cellular telephones were located at various times before and after the homicides at 1122 King Road, and the cellular phone's direction of travel. That testimony will rely on information furnished by cellular phone providers concerning which cell towers the cellular telephones connected with during those times. Balance may also testify regarding which cellular tower sectors were utilized for the relevant data and explain that the direction of the cell tower sector utilized can indicate the general location of the cell phone relative to the tower utilized. Thank you, SRB. Oh my God. The state has never produced an actual opinion by Balance about the general location of Mr. Koberger's cellular phone was at various times before and after the homicide at 1122 King Road and the cellular phone's direction of travel. Guys, give me one quick second. Are you still here, Hemi?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you were still here. So now at that point, February 17th to 25, the rebuttal disclosure. The state responds to defense disclosures, but in doing so, it continues to refuse to provide expert analysis and opinion. The FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, the CAS team, conducts drive testing using a Gladiator autonomous receiver, the GAR, developed by Gladiator Forensics. The GAR collects the data, which is then analyzed by Gladiator Forensics software. The software creates the coverage maps seen on several pages of the report, and the software creates the coverage maps seen on, I already said that. The coverage maps are created, using the actual measurements taken by the GAR and interpolation using the natural neighbor algorithm. The disclosure does not state who produced the maps or how they were analyzed. The disclosure lacks an opinion about the mapping program or its production. The state has not disclosed records that verify the mapping program, nor has it stated Balance is an expert in mapping. Balance went to great lengths to obtain raw drive test data in this case. Despite those efforts, he has only produced the mapping of that data for less than 5% of the relevant cell sites in his work product. There have been no disclosures as to why he omitted 95%. 95%, folks, that he omitted. That's less than 5% of the full situation. He Jesus Christ. Okay. There's no disclosures as to why he omitted 95% of the relevant coverage maps. The disclosure goes on. FBI CAST examines each transaction in the raw records to determine reliability based on several factors. As an example, when an AT&T data session is initiated on AT&T's network that is not following a timeout of a previous data session, AT&T records the first cell site and then the subsequent cell sites associated with the session if applicable. All right, I'm going to take a quick second to take a break for a minute, folks, to go do something. I'll be right back. I have to use the little boy's room. And then I'll finish reading this because this is quite interesting. Unless you want to read, Hemi, you're welcome to, sir. You don't have to. Just hang loose. And I will be right back, you guys. And again, thank you all for being here with us today.
It says the state does not disclose SA Balance review of reliability. The state is creating wiggle room for Balance to testify to something undisclosed at this time. This particular area impacts 7 minutes of time, exploratory information. This is 7 minutes between 2:47 to 2:54 a.m. The state applied for search warrants in his arrest warrant, claiming Mr. Kohlberger's phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. The state later had to concede based on its own disclosures that the phone went off network at 2:54 a.m. Between the time of 2 2:47 to 2:54 a.m. While the phone was on and receiving service, it was utilizing cell towers. This phone was not stationary and utilizing only one tower. The phone was moving during the 7 minutes. Hold on. The phone was moving during the 7 minutes, and during the 7 minutes, the towers hand off service as the phone was moving. So it was bouncing from one tower to the next as the car was moving. In other words, okay. The handoffs during the 7 minutes. Is that right?
I think
The
it went back.
handoff was analyzed.
Yeah,
Okay, that I
you're all right. It's hard. It's hard when I get lost all the time.
locate the direction of the movement and the location of the phone when it stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. The states asserts SA Balance mapped this data, but has not produced it yet. So he hasn't even produced it.
Nope. So there's the state is saying, oh, Balance did this, but he never produced the information that he showed.
And I'm
Okay.
wondering, is that the same hearing that they had when Bill Thompson? Oh, there was Judge was getting on his ass about discovery, and he's saying something about the F, but we can't give them something that we don't have because FBI has not given it to us.
No, they were talking it. I think in that one, I think that you're talking about. I think they were talking about the DNA at that point, but still, still another good point here. Crazy. Welcome, Karen. Hey, typically Miss Kim's in the house. Um, but yeah, there it is, folks. He never produced it. Their state is saying that he did this. Well, where's it at then? He never produced it to them ever. The state must be required to disclose what it is not saying here, and the state must not be allowed to ambush Mr. Koberger at trial by stating something that it's not grounded in record. Meaning, they have to present this to the defense and say, here's what we found when we did what we did right here, so that they can go through this. They can't just show up one day and say, boom, here it is, Your Honor, this is what it was, so on and so forth. They can't do that, guys. You're not allowed to do that on either side, okay? The state goes on to say, and this is what Annie was talking about with the handoff stuff. The state goes on to say handoff data is analyzed on page 13 of the CAST PowerPoint. There is no analysis. SA Balance has not mapped a single handoff in the work product produced. These ignored handoffs are the handoffs occurring during the described 7 minutes. Analyzing those depict exculpatory evidence. It is important to understand handoff data makes up more than 85% of the defendant's AT&T network connections. SA Balance's opinion as to why he can omit those connections in one part of his report while relying on them in others must be clearly stated. So he needs to be able to explain this, why you're using it here, but why you're omitting it over here. He needs to explain that, period. Okay. The state does not provide basis or analysis for Balance's claims that Mr. Koberger was using a tower that services the King Road address. Instead, they say this. Generating a report of all the defendant's movements from June of 22 to December of 22 would be overly broad, unnecessary, and prolong the jury's service with details not relevant to prosecution. With the help of this very expert, the state sought and received AT&T phone records from Mr. Koberger from June of 22 through December of 22. In affidavits supporting search and arrest, the state averred that Mr. Koberger's phone data depicted numerous occasions where it utilized a tower servicing the King Road address. The state supplied Balance as an expert and disclosed his PowerPoint with slides 29 and 30, claiming this same thing. It is noteworthy that the dates of this alleged behavior have been changed over the course of this expert's work. What the state has failed to do is provide the analysis of this claim. Mr. Koberger will face this capital jury without the state backing up this claim. The state does not have the connection between Mr. Koberger and anyone that was at 1122 King Road. Sorry. The state puts this information out to attempt to establish a connection. While the state has chosen not to disclose the analysis, Mr. Koberger has disclosed the analysis. The analysis shows the falsity of the state's expert slide, and the real analysis is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. Meaning, again, for those of you that take care of Pennywise, thank you for joining us. Meaning, again, that the true information, basically, in layman's terms, would be exculpatory to Brian to prove innocence in an aspect, okay? That he wasn't not there like they say he was. This must be excluded from the state's presentation. The state provides its reason that the cast draft and cast final points are different in size. Cast utilizes a peer review process of any work product prior to its being presented at trial. Thank you, Penny. Appreciate you. So, like Annie just said over here, sorry, you guys. Koberger's expert disclosed the real analysis to the court. There you go. Amazing, you guys. Amazing. Cast utilizes a peer review process of any work product prior to it being presented at trial. This peer review process is meant to ensure the final report is accurate, provides clarity to raw cellular records and relevance to the state's case presentation. The state has failed to provide any documentation of its peer review process and opinions as to why the changes were made. The disclosure addresses AT&T timing advance records. Mr. Koberger respectfully requests the court look to the pleading and affidavit that he filed in response to the state's motion on that topic, which again, the supplemental disclosure request was filed, I believe it was March 3rd of this past year. This disclosure advises the court and counsel that Balance plans to testify by summary from various AT&T documents and utilize his own created summary as exhibits in place of the actual record. So, in a sense, guys, again, in layman's terms, all he was going to do is review a summary of details and make a breakdown based on that instead of actually reviewing the real and actual record of what was going on. That you can't do that. That's a guess, you guys. That's just like the electric company going by and taking a guess on how much electric you've used rather than looking at the meter and giving you an actual reading. It's the same thing, okay? And that's in a case like this, that's bullshit. I get it, Senor. I get it. I'm just trying to make sure everybody understands. I know you're not a layman, my friend. Some people don't understand this stuff, though. So, yeah, and again, CyRay created the first and only peer review certification course in the United States. So again, any agent doing a peer review for Balance work would have to be certified through CyRay certification course. That's how they know it was never used. I know, bro. You're good, Senor. You're good. So where was I? Oh, the disclosure advises the court and counsel that Balance plans to testify. I read all that. Sorry. The state has not supplied such documents unless it is the PowerPoint. And if that is the case, these documents are data that are the result of an undisclosed analysis and interpretation of the data. This disclosure advises Balance will testify as follows. Here you go. Page 13 depicts cellular phone usage by the 8458 phone on November 13th, and Balance is expected to testify that when 8458 interacted with the AT&T network at 2:47 a.m., the phone was not at the Koberger residence, marked BK on the map. Rather, it was southeast of the Koberger residence, as depicted by the drive test data. Balance is also expected to testify that he analyzed additional handoff data that occurred during this data session and that the 8458 phone stopped communicating with the network at 2:54:45. The state has not disclosed an analysis or where Balance will claim the phone was located. There are the 7 critical minutes that contain exculpatory evidence. And this is what Ann keeps going back to when she was saying 7 minutes is very important, guys. That's what she's referring to there. 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me check, Senor. Give me a second, bud. Yes, I did get it, Senor. What were you going to say, Hemi?
I was just trying to recall what Jennings told Hitler when she said that. But Your Honor, that does not mean that the car can't turn around.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God. Yep. What a joke.
I can agree, my friend. Sorry, you guys. Just trying to catch up with myself here.
If people would have lost their jobs, no doubt. To the extreme that they've gone to make sure that this man spends the rest of his life and they can't even prove he was in the house, let alone did the crime.
Mm-hmm.
That alone, they should have jail time just for that.
Agreed. I'll definitely agreed. Page 28 shows a map that includes the 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho address, represented by the CS icon in a yellow circle that represents a 100-meter radius. Realize 100-meter radius. That's pretty good distance, folks, okay? Around the crime scene. Balance will explain that he conducted analysis of all the cell sites in the area that provided coverage to the crime scene and identified any cell sites that drive test data showed coverage that included this 100-meter radius around the crime scene. After you read this in conjunction with Cy Ray's second affidavit, it's easy to see that Balance was going to get embarrassed. Oh my God, Annie. Horribly. I'm so upset that we didn't get to see this. The state has not disclosed this analysis. Pages 29 and 30 represent any time that the 8458 phone utilized the cell site identified as part of page 28. Between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., 23 separate instances between July 9th of 22 through November 7th of 22. And Balance will testify that the 8458 phone used cell sites consistent with being at the crime scene during these dates and times. Balance will further testify that the hours between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. were identified by the investigative teams as times of interest. The state has not disclosed in its analysis in its February 17, 25 disclosure that it was these times that the state claimed was cumbersome and a waste of time to analyze. Mr. Koberger provides Exhibit 2, affidavit of Cy Ray, to support his motion to exclude Balance's testimony. This witness must be excluded. And then that's when it jumps in with Jared and Heather Barnhart. I call them the Barnyards. Their initial disclosure. And it says the disclosures is from December 18th to the 24th of last year. Sorry. The disclosure leave out any analysis and in real opinion about user behavior and actions on a PC and opinions of gaps. Is there more with this, Annie, or is that it? Is the rest of it important? I mean, right. As of February 17th, nothing has been proven. 11 other habits. 300, Randy said 328 feet and 1 inch is 100 meters. 328 feet plus 1 inch. And again, that does not put him there, you guys. It puts him within 100 meters of there. Just like Sarge always said, you can't stop somebody going 40 miles an hour, folks, driving by, okay? Yeah, okay. So that explains it all as far as balance goes. It's very interesting point. Thank you, Annie, for bringing that to the table. So we can basically see here at this point that this was a joke. Balance was going to completely be embarrassed. I agree, and it would have completely shot his point out of the water. I mean, here again, no investigation, no proof. Period. Thank you so much for showing me that, Annie. I appreciate that very much. Very interesting too. And guys, make sure that you hop over, subscribe to Miss Potts channel, and check these things out that she puts out there, guys. It's absolute insanity and it's amazing.
Eh,
Very much
You
appreciate.
also, I like to note that is, had they known who actually did this, that just goes to show you how desperate they was trying to do whatever they can do to make it fit with Brian Kohlberger. They did not want to accept anybody else to be involved in this.
Right.
If they know who did this, that's to the great lengths they did to cover all this up. I'm not going to even say in my opinion
Very good
because I
point.
believe that's a fact wholeheartedly. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, second affidavit. Yeah.
Right. Hang on one second.
She says she put that link in her video with Sorry too.
That's what I'm looking at here. One second here. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. Just a minute.
We just went over a phone data uh, from AT&T from Balance that was going to tie. They was going to tie in with Koberger to prove he was there.
It was going to show what an idiot Balance was and that he didn't do his job. There was no investigation into this. He did nothing,
So
basically.
that's how they was going to make it fit to answer that question in
Yeah,
chat.
the defense was going to make him look like the fool that he was with this case. I'm looking for it right now. The other part to it.
And another thing we was discussing earlier, I made a point about the unknown DNA was never tested against Brian Koberger or Kopaka or any person of interest to validate that unknown male DNA that was cross contaminated with both Kaylee and Maddie on the handrail going upstairs from the
Basically.
basement floor where Bethany's room was at, going to
Right.
the second floor. And it was the same perp that killed Maddie that was also killed Kaylee, and that's how we know. They tried to make it fit to that Koberger was there with the touch DNA on the knife sheet that looked like they bought from Amazon that was brand spanking new, and that was conveniently set right beside Maddie. But the blood that I don't think there was. I think I might be wrong on that.
All right. So there you go. Sorry it took so long, you guys, but this does kind of back that up. Quite interesting. Okay, so this was the affidavit of Cy Ray, part 2, basically. Okay. Um, it says again, to avoid repetition, please refer to my training and experience. We've all been through that. We know exactly what Cy knows, his background, and all that. Okay, this is Cy's affidavit 2. We already know what the first one was all about. He basically called them out 100%. Again, thank you so much, Annie, for referring me to this. In preparing this affidavit, I have reviewed the motion in limine number 2, vague and disclosed. Again, for those of you that aren't familiar, this is Cy Ray's secondary affidavit, folks. Okay. I have reviewed all of the state's responses in reference to this motion, as well as Balance's draft report and final report. I'm addressing the matter of FBI Special Agent Nick Balance's anticipated testimony in this affidavit. What has not been disclosed? I have reviewed the initial reports, final report, first discourse, second disclosures, and now the third disclosure. Despite this progression of disclosure, Balance's opinions on the relevant issues at hand still have not been disclosed. I have reviewed disclosures in reference to Balance's interpretations and opinions relating to AT&T call detail records. They are vague and at times contradictory. At this time, I'm unable to identify his methodologies and or resulting opinions on most of his work, preventing me from any real analysis to determine the basis of his opinions. The disclosures in reference to the facts and data relied on by Balances to form his opinions regarding the AT&T cell detail records are conflicting and void of substance. His work does not contain his methodology other than a paragraph. He does not mention AT&T handoff data, drive test mapping, or any other critical methodology required in this analysis. And remember, you guys, this man is the man that created this, so he knows exactly what should be there. Period. Okay? I regularly work as a subject matter expert, and it is standard in my field for experts' opinions to be well documented and based on accepted best practice or methodology. The facts and data relied upon to reach an opinion are known and disclosed. Balance's work is a departure from the field standard. He has not disclosed his methodology and analysis for his opinions. And this is where it's interesting. It says, this is partially due to contradicting methodologies that have been disclosed. This is partially due to vague work, product absent of any real substance as to facts and data. This is partially due to changes that evolved throughout iterations of work product without explanation and documented by facts and data as a basis. I did notice that Balance has a dual role in this case. He is an expert witness for the state, and using these same skills, he was involved in the actual investigation from the onset. He was co-located with investigators throughout the investigation. His opinions and interpretations were relied on by investigators and prosecutors. These interpretations and opinions found their way into every probable cause statement supporting search warrants against the defendant. He is referenced in nearly every search warrant issued. His opinions and interpretations were an integral piece of building probable cause against the defendant. Affidavit of Cy Ray 2. Unfortunately, most of his opinions and interpretations provided to investigators and prosecutors are not supported by the evidence in the case. It is this very reason that I was awaiting Balance's report detailing the facts, data, methodology, and analysis relied on to make such egregious errors. I expected to see work that explained the conclusions as well as properly addressing omitted analysis and errors in the work. The omitted work in this case is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. The intentional omission of exculpatory evidence. This is important too. Balance did not include analysis of AT&T handoff data provided by AT&T for the defendant's mobile device on November 13th of 22 between the hours of 2:30 and 3 a.m. The handoff data in the defendant's AT&T records during this time is exculpatory to the defendant. Balance did not include any analysis of AT&T data regarding 23 time periods in his report that he appears to be suggesting the defendant was at or very near the crime scene. So there was no proof that existed, you guys. It's basically a rumor because there's no way to back it up. Okay, welcome, Krista.
What's even more egregious is Hitler had every opportunity to look into this.
Of
And
course,
he sat on his goddamn hands like a freaking puppet. I mean, he just didn't do shit. Well, that's going to cost a lot of people's job. Well, no shit. Throw the case out. It's over with. They don't have a case. That's what you
Yes,
can
sir.
do. But what he had to stick with that. I'm sorry. Hitler is part of it. And I'm sticking true with what I've always said about Hitler. Hitler was there to make sure that this narrative was to be carried out and that Kohlberger is going to spend the rest of his life in jail. And the other part of it was this was not going to go to trial. Had it go to trial, he'll be up. He'll have full control over the narrative of the jurors, and they can. He pretty much handcuffs the jurors.
Yeah.
If they would have, this is my opinion. It's just it's fucked up all the way around. Just all
You can say that again. It's definitely fucked up. It's insane. This opinion appears to be based of cell towers connections, primarily handoff connections in the defendant's AT&T records. It is difficult to determine the process of methodology SA Balance relied on to suggest this connection for several reasons. Because the AT&T records do not support the statement. Take care, Meg. There is no report or analysis detailing the defendant's movements between June of 22 and December of 22, which would be needed to surmise the defendant's phone was at or near the crime scene 23 times prior to the homicides. So they had no way to prove this. It was an empty statement, once again, and an empty suggestion, okay? There is no mapping showing the network connections relied upon, and there is no drive test coverage maps of the other than one cell site. A recent disclosure about Balance may testify to reads handoffs are mapped on a case-by-case basis, which is determined by the needs of the investigation. From my experience as a subject matter expert in this field, this claim is outside of any established best practice or reliable methodology of analysis. The standard is that all data must be analyzed and considered regardless of how it impacts the investigation. And another thing I want to point out that he's saying, guys, is when he mentioned the fact that Balance is involved in so many other things in the case, guys, he's pointing out that typically an expert specializes in one field. Okay, they're specifically, they work on one specific thing. What he's pointing out is that Balance is all over this case, guys. He's all wrapped up in the warrants and everything else, which again, in my opinion, and I think that's what Sai's saying here, excludes him from the expert category. So he's not, in my opinion, again, based on what I'm reading and what I'm taking this as, he shouldn't be considered an expert because he's working the entire case. I agree. Okay. Excuse me. I have reviewed and disclosed about what Balance will testify to and do not find the disclosures provide further analysis to support his opinions. The first cell site recorded in this session is the only cell site that is chosen based on measurements made by the cell phone representing the best signal from these measurements and ranking the surrounding cell sites. This theory can be disproven by the AT&T records themselves. Welcome, Gwen. This response does not explain why he would use handoff data at certain times while ignoring it at other times. And B, the coverage maps are created using the actual measurements taken by the DAR and interpolation using the natural neighbor algorithm. In other words, it's looking at known values at known locations to determine the expected value at a location where a measurement couldn't have been taken. The natural neighbor algorithm was first published by Robin Simpson in 1981, and it is widely accepted in both academia and as an industry standard in determining the coverage of a particular cell site with a broader cellular network. There's Mama Bear. Uh-huh. This statement falls well short of any real disclosure of how the GAR product estimates cell site coverage areas. I have been in direct contact with Gladiator Forensics, and this statement contradicts what Gladiator Forensic communicated to me about their own product. A recent disclosure states on page 13 depicts cellular phone usage by the 8458 phone on November 13th of 22. Imbalance is expected to testify that when the 8458 phone interacted with the AT&T network at 2:47 and 29 seconds a.m., the phone was not at the Brian Koberger residence marked BK on the map. Rather, it was southeast of the Brian Koberger residence as depicted by the drive test data. Balance is also expected to testify that he analyzed additional handoff data that occurred during this data session, and that the 8458 phone stopped communicating with the network at 2:54:45. This disclosure does not provide an analysis or opinion as to what Balance found when he analyzed the additional handoff data that occurred during this data session. This is the very data that I previously testified about having been omitted from Balance's work product and opinions. Balance conducted a significant amount of drive test data, has not provided that data to support his work. Meaning he states that he did this, but he has no way to show or prove that he did. Drive test data is collected when an investigator takes radio frequency survey equipment out into the field and collects signal measurement of the cellular network. By driving specific grid patterns through an area, it is possible to capture enough data to reliably estimate a cell site's coverage area, but again, has no work to show and prove that he did that. In this case, Balance and S.A. Kennedy, here's where Kennedy comes in, spent several days conducting drive tests in and around Pullman and Moscow. In all, they collected well over 500,000 data points. That's a lot, guys. Enough data points to effectively map the coverage areas of all relevant cell sites related to this case, that being roughly 24 cell sectors. Balance has only produced a coverage mapping for 4 sectors. So where's the other 24 guy, or the other 20, you guys? Balance has collected in the required data that does have access to the required software. And does have to map all of the sectors he analyzed in his drive test efforts. The conversion of raw data to a coverage image is relatively non-existent when compared to the effort required to collect the raw data. Balance, in accordance with the FBI CAST policy, had his work product peer-reviewed by another CAST agent, S.A. Kennedy. And here comes the fun part. There are official reports stating that Kennedy did peer review Balance's work product and signed off as it being complete and accurate. Here it comes. I created the first subject matter expert certification course in the United States in the field for state and local law enforcement. Again, this is him explaining that he created this training program, basically, certification course that you have to take to be able to do this peer review, okay? I have taught this course for over a decade, certifying over 100 subject matter experts in the field. Part of that course includes the peer review process, and the standards in the field dictate that data must support a peer review. I have personally completed well over 50 peer reviews myself. The state has not disclosed the required data to support a peer review of Balance's work. They had nothing when it comes to this. It was a joke. And Balance was going to look like a fool. God, I'm so sad that we missed that, you guys, because there's proof. Once again, they did not have what they thought they had. Or I'm sorry, what they claimed they had. Such a joke. Such a joke. So and then you're gonna turn around in turn and call this man a conspiracy theorist. Shame, shame, shame on you. Shame on you. That's just disgusting to me. You're going to call this man out who created this, who worked his ass off to gain the credentials that he has, and then you're going to turn around and say this.
I want to say something about Murdoch. The judge over there at the Murdoch case allowed the juries to go to the property and to go to Murdoch's house to see how the distance between the house and the what do you call it, all that stables and everything that he had over there. It gave them a better understanding about what really truly happened and ultimately convicted Murdoch. When I said that to say this, when they destroyed the house, in my humble opinion, that's when I knew that was a wrap. This is a wrap. They going full head on steam on how they was going to set this man up, spend the rest of his life in jail. That's it.
Gotcha.
It's sad. It's sad that we all just sit here. I can't say we all, but I just sit here pretty much witnessed a whole state set up a man. They cannot prove they did this, and ultimately just took his life away from him for no reason.
Agreed.
All because, for whatever reason, the real truth behind it all, they do not want us to know about. So who
That's
could it be?
a good point.
If you knew, if they go to sit here and say Copac is going to be the fall guy, but you didn't test his daggone samples
Mm-hmm.
to see if it was Copac, Malwich. The reason why Malwich came up is because somebody, and when they had the 911 call center and all that, there was a nurse that came out, I believe it was in Washington, and a guy showed up all cut up, bloody, like he was in a knife fight, and ultimately lost his life. That's how Malwich got into the picture. I could see the connection that Paul was trying to do in saying, okay, well, if you break down the parents' drugs and all this through the parents, it was one of those statement killings, and all that. But did they test the sample of unknown DNA at the crime scene of Malwit's blood? Even though they passed away, they can still do that. They didn't do none of that. They went balls to bone on Brian Koberger. That was the guy. That was him. There was nobody else. And had it found out that there was somebody that was linked to that school, it would have brought bad publicity to that town and that school, and then it will ultimately ruin them. They can't have that. So they didn't even test anybody like Hunter or any of the students that was there. Then none of that happened.
Good point. Good point.
None of it.
Very good point. And again, With what I just read, you guys, that's what blows my mind. You have the people that are guilters that out here, they can read it too. You heard me read it, and you're still gonna say that this is what happened here. But there's no proof. There's no the investigators did no investigating. They didn't do their jobs, and they're still gonna try to call this guy out as being the one that did it. It don't work that way. I'm sorry. It just don't. Welcome, Diane.
No,
Thank
because
you.
Hitler should have just thrown that case out right then and there. That's when I knew Hitler was on the fix too. After seeing, and you won't even entertain that. You didn't even look at the files from Latop
I
after
don't
it
think
was
I don't think
after
you did at
everything
all.
was coming to you. Nothing. You didn't get briefed on any of the judge's notes. None of the trial scripts or any of that. None of that. You didn't look at all this. You
Mm-hmm.
didn't pull anybody from prosecutor's team into your chambers and go, "Hey, what's up with this shit? Explain." Because if not, I'm gonna have to throw this out. Y'all better have me something. That did not happen. There you go. I said it before. I'll say it again. That judge that was presiding over Lori in the Daybell's trials, both of them, he didn't play that shit.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play that shit. None of
Absolutely.
that. The
Uh,
how that's how Lori uh, got her death penalty
There you
off
go.
the table because the dang judge sit there and go, "Well, let's just take it off the damn table.
Mm-hmm.
Be done with it."
I don't think he liked Ann Taylor before. And
Oh, I'm
where
sure he didn't. I'm
where
sure he
was
didn't.
she? What county was it? Latah County that she got that guy off on murder charges?
Um, I can't remember right now. I can't remember. Jeff's not here, bud. He's blocked from here.
I'll send the money to you, Dago. He's blocked.
Oh, he's definitely blocked. That's no lie.
He just I what I don't understand is if you look at the DNA, like where they found blood that was not visible to the you know human eye. How do you go? Oh well, there was no cleanup. What? I mean, it didn't just magically disappear on its own. But like I said, you can't fix stupid. I'm sorry, Dago.
I agree.
I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, something will come out good out of it. They go if you do go to the Department of Justice or the Supreme Court or somebody. But I'm hoping that somebody looks into this and start holding people accountable. Okay, why are we setting people up, guys? Why are we putting innocent people in jail? What's going on here?
Um, Somebody explained it to me for the greater good. If you have to sacrifice one person, so be it. If it's for the greater good, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to find out anything because, you got the three-letter agencies involved in this.
I'm sorry, Diane. I just think it's bullshit. We shouldn't be doing shit like that.
Well, look at that cop. What was he? Oh, frick, what was his name? He was the one who had a knee in somebody's back or something. George Floyd. Who was the cop that got arrested and he went to jail and he's still there. True, he shouldn't. He should have set the man up and said, he was handcuff him, set him up. You know, But he didn't. But he didn't kill George Floyd. But for the greater good, they sacrificed that cop. And the jury went right along with it, like my friend in the Delphi, well, my ex friend in the Delphi case. Well, it brought closure to the family. You put an innocent man in prison. You know, I mean, yes, I think the family deserves closure. And if you remember, uh, they did a survey in Latah County, and they said if he wasn't convicted, they'd burn down everything.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not right. I don't agree with it, but I think that's what happened. You sacrificed one man for the greater good. But I don't. When Ann Taylor asked if what was the meeting called between him and Judge, and it was just going to be him and Ann Taylor and the judge. He knew something, because if he didn't know anything, what, an ex parte, is that what it's called?
I'm sorry. I thought I didn't know it was muted. Yeah. If that's what you're talking about, yes, I believe it's. You're talking about when they have like meetings in private outside
Yeah,
of the court. Yeah, that's ex parte.
yeah. And the prosecutor wasn't going to be there. It was just him, his lawyer, and Judge. He knows something. And I hate to say that,
Mm-hmm.
but
I would
I,
agree.
I honestly think he didn't kill anyone. I honestly, truly believe that. And I've told you that, Dago. But when, he wanted that ex
Right.
parte meeting with the judge to tell him what he knows, I'm like, what?
It could be.
And when you got Homeland Security involved, we're gonna get what they want us to know, which is really nothing.
It makes good sense.
I was surprised that they released that footage with that blood curdling scream and the other screams. That's nobody partying. I've been to parties. Uh, I've never heard that ever.
Right.
It seems to me from the very beginning that it was all centered around the cars that was coming in and out of the neighborhood. We've always been seeing these maps of details of these cars that's uh, coming in and out of the neighborhood and all that. But nobody didn't at the time didn't know about those streams. Now that we got those streams, the cars don't really mean shit. Now listen to the audio. This is what's happening. But we're going to ignore that because we're just listening to a bunch of damn streams. We're just going to go back to watching these cars coming in and out of the neighborhood.
Uh, Miss
I'm
Potts,
just saying.
it was the defense who filed for the ex parte.
I'm just saying. I mean, what are we doing? I watch these videos all the time. And this is what I'm getting from some of these creators. Well, you listen to a bunch of screams that don't really mean shit. Really? Well, we have to focus on these cars. All these cars coming in and out of this.
Um,
The
I
defense had done that at one point, satire.
I agree with the devil's advocate when he said You don't ask a question that you already know the answer to.
Right. That's a very, very good point.
And the cars,
Did we see a white Elantra or Brian Koberger's car entering that neighborhood that night? With all the footage that we've seen, did we see that?
I love you too, Miss Potts. I hope she tore Jeff a new ass. Sorry.
That's quite a good job at it. Welcome, Randy. Good to see you, buddy.
How you been, Dago?
I'm doing good. Good to hear
It's,
from you.
yeah, it's been a while. I've been kind of, I don't know, hiding away.
I get it. No worries. You're here
Eh,
now. That's all that matters.
Yep. Well, it's the only place to go as far as I'm concerned. So
That's
listen, I,
at least
I
I
got
know.
a I got a really weird question. I'm sitting here listening to everything,
Absolutely.
and I definitely want to agree with Hemisphere on the house being torn down. I mean, to me, that was like,
Right.
there goes your evidence. Everybody, see, we're destroying evidence right in front of you. All right, the person who makes the decisions. Somebody makes the decisions. We're going to use Brian Koberger. We're going to do this. We're going to, go with the FBI. We're going to. No, I don't think it's Green. No, I don't think it's a cop. There's got to be somebody up and above, or if not a single person, a company, uh, something that's up and above all the shit that's going on, that's making the decisions. For Hitler to be so blind to IRAs, you know, that just blows my mind. And then to call him a conspiracy theorist. I mean, why does that man even have a job? Are people that dumb? But to me, it's just bugging me. Just sitting here for the last 3 hours listening, and I'm going, there's got to be somebody up and above all this shit. Just my thought.
That's a good
If
thought,
you
Randy.
if you got a case that you didn't want, okay, yeah, I am not going to research shit. I don't want this case. You
Right.
could have turned the damn down. You didn't have to take the damn case, but you was probably put in a position where you had to take the case because there
Eh,
was really nobody else to take the damn case.
Or somebody
But you
made you
didn't
take
do
the
your
case.
homework. I'm sorry, Randy, but you didn't do your homework.
Do we know that for a fact, Hemi?
I don't think he did, Randy.
Well, it
I
certainly
really
doesn't
don't.
look like he did, that's for sure. But but
He
Right.
didn't look at all the Latal hearings and transcripts. I don't believe he did. I think he
Well,
went in
well,
there with already his mind made up. This is what's going on. This is what they told me. This is what I'm going to do. And that's
we'll
it.
say this. We'll say it this way. If he did do it, then he ignored it. We'll just put it that way.
right,
And that's how
exactly.
I kind of see it too. I think that he has to, as a judge, be able to know certain points. I'm sorry, I have a piece of candy in my mouth, you guys.
Sure.
And at that point, that just tells us one thing, in my opinion. As a judge, he had to review at least the ground basics of it, okay? And at that point, you just ignored it. You're biased as a judge, and you ignore it, and which is worse to me than not reviewing it. You know what I
The
mean?
judge the judge is going to have at least one or two assistants that's going to be with him throughout the whole case. You're trying to
Right.
tell me they're going to turn around and say, "You're not going to look at this stuff, Judge? I mean, really, you ought to look at this stuff." Okay, I'll look at a little of it, something like that. But for him to ignore, just totally ignore the facts is something else that's going on, in my opinion, and it's above Hitler. I don't think he wanted the case either. I think he was forced into the case for whatever reason. Maybe to get him to retire.
Could be.
Also, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
My guess, and I'm pretty sure this is correct, he didn't want to be known as the judge who let Brian go.
Yeah, that I believe.
But I think a higher up kind of reached out and tapped his shoulder and said, hey, this is how it's going to have to go.
Good point.
But,
Excellent point.
but again, like I said, Brian asked for that ex parte meeting. That means he knows something. And I don't think he killed anyone. I honestly don't. But he knows something.
Yeah, I could see it both ways. I can see it on the side that Brian had no clue about any of it, or that he knows something in regards to it. I can see it both ways without fail. Very
Personally, if
possible.
it was me, I would have said, hey, you know what? I dropped somebody off there, or I picked somebody up from there. Uh, but I never went in that house. And then I'd be going, hey, guess what? This is who the person was, or the people. I wouldn't go down, I wouldn't take the rap for all of it at all. I don't know how it is in Idaho,
The
but in
one,
Indiana, if you drive somebody to a bank because they say they got to go get some money and they rob it, you're guilty of robbery, even though you never got
oh
out of the
yeah,
car.
yep. But I didn't know. There was one thing that Brian said, if anything, if it was in fact true, it's been reported that he didn't say it, but when he was arrested and asked if there were any other arrests, that's the only bit of ounce question I have in the fact of him being involved, not being the murderer, but being involved. But they've taken it and said he didn't say that. Well, they sure said he said it. I was in Pennsylvania here. I know he said it because I was following the news.
Right.
But there's no video or audio of his interrogation or him being arrested, right?
Not to my knowledge.
That's kind of
Not that they
odd,
couldn't
I
hide that
think.
easily. No love and other habits. I did not hear him say it. I heard it reported why he was here in Pennsylvania that he said
Yeah.
it. No, I didn't hear
Anton,
say he wasn't at my house. Hey, by the way, Randy, duh. No, it's not what I was
yeah,
saying.
the statement was we found that out while back that Enton reported that he said that from that time. But then when they went back in and looked into it, his attorney claimed that no, he never said that. That what he did say was that he can't wait to be
Exonerate.
exonerated from
Right.
the charges, is what he did state. So turns out that left one denominator there, which was Brian Enton is the one that made the statement. So either he did say it and his attorney denied it, or Enton created the statement and just tried to run with it to make more drama within his channel. Is my thought. You know what I mean? So
I,
that's the best answer we can get out of that situation.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think Enton himself said it was rumor, but in turn, you started the rumor, sir. So this is why we don't trust. This is why we don't trust them at all.
Yeah, I used to like him, but
I
he
did too,
really
a long time ago. I loved him when he was covering Gabby Petito's case. I thought he was a great
yeah,
reporter. And I'm
me
telling
too.
you, it shows you who people truly are, Randy. It shows
Yep,
you how one person will do for one thing in a certain situation that they won't do in another, if that makes
right.
any sense. Just saying.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
really
he
changed.
lost my respect after what
No,
he did.
100%.
That girl over there in Kansas. That was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Can you
That was
put a number on that? Really?
that was bad.
Come on, man.
I do agree, bro. That was just gross.
If anybody wants to, when people go, oh my God, why do you think other people are involved? Well, blame Brian. We heard it on the news. Was anybody else arrested? Uh, that set the ball in motion that there were one other person or other people involved. And that got started by that little I don't know what he is, but what'd you call him, Dago? Fredo or something?
Frodo from The
Frodo?
Hobbit. Frodo, because he's like 3'1".
Yeah. And like I
He
said,
irritates the shit out of me. I'm sorry.
if anybody wants to go, oh my God, what do you think other people was involved? I don't know. I listened to Brian Eaton. And he said, Brian asked, was anybody else arrested? And it's ironic if you think about it. Oh no, that was just a rumor.
Keep talking, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta step away for about 3 seconds. I'll be right back. Thank you.
But when you just have trace DNA, a little bit of it, and the Santa Claus even admitted that's all we got. It's that, a bullshit PCA and trace DNA.
So what happened?
Again, I'm going to say, I think they sacrifice one man for the greater good. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's right, but it happens.
The greater good being what, Diane?
I don't know.
The school?
I do know you had the FBI and Homeland Security in that area. Um, the marshals, you know, the marshals don't get involved in a murder. They don't. I mean, they might hunt down a murderer, but they do not get involved. Homeland Security. I've always asked, why was they involved in it? Well, that would be drug trafficking.
Well, do you not agree that those weren't marshals that went to the house?
Oh yeah, I do.
1122. Okay.
I do.
But I don't know.
Like I said, I
Why?
don't think it's right. But when Brian asked for an ex parte meeting with Judge and no prosecution anywhere in sight, he knows something.
But it never happened, right?
I don't know. I don't think it did, but I could be wrong. I don't think Judge wanted to know it.
I'm done with this. Go talk to Hitler,
He's like, fuck you, I don't want to know it.
right?
You're going to be out of here anyway, another county. And again, I don't think Hitler liked Ann Taylor before she ever stepped foot in his courtroom. When he wanted to argue with her, well, why'd you take another case?
Jeez.
Because that's her job.
Well, I
I
can't.
think
I'm
Idaho
sorry.
has what, 2 or 3 lawyers that are death penalty qualified?
Yeah, something like that. I think.
So again, I'm going to say it's her job.
So you think she might not have wanted it?
Uh, who not wanted what?
Ann Taylor did not want to represent Brian Koberger.
No, I think she did. I think she knew he didn't murder someone, anyone, especially 4 people.
Right.
Um, but when Hitler very to the point let it be known Bethany and Dylan were victims. They would have a special spot in the courtroom if they wanted to attend. He would have shut Ann Taylor down the second she started ripping them a new ass because they're victims.
Sorry, guys. I'm back. Yep. Good point, Diane. And I agree with what Jay Marie said too. He did. He absolutely did. As well as he did with Koberger. Um, I've never seen. Okay, let me say this too. I've never seen a judge talk to or about a defendant that way ever. Okay. Um, it's highly unprofessional and really kind of disgusting. Um, that's not his place to say those things at all. And he did.
And
It's
he
awesome.
didn't care that he was on, that everybody was watching. He did not care.
He was prosecuting the defendant
Hmm.
along with the prosecution team, in my opinion. I agree with that.
You know, it. Like I said, I think it that town literally is nothing without that college. They have
Well,
to
I
have that
mean,
college.
the town is a decent town. It's got a lot of good businesses. I see there's certain people that stick up for the town because they're from the area. But the college does, in my opinion, emphasize the abilities of the town, and it does give more of a I'm trying to think of the right word that I'm trying to say here. More of an appeal to it, maybe, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms. I don't know how I'm trying to explain it.
I don't think it's a decent town at all because they know what happened and no one has stepped up to tell the truth. I mean, no one. And that is so sad.
Our justice system these days.
Oh, it sucks. I mean, plea deals, um, they come a dime a dozen. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
It's cheap. They don't have to have a trial. They don't have to worry about overcrowding in a prison or the county jail. So yeah,
Good
plea
point.
deals are taken all the time, even by innocent people. Santa Claus knew he had nothing, and anybody with half a brain, if they were on that jury and they're listening, and then you know, uh, Dylan's, well, I don't know. I could have been dreaming. I don't know if it was real or not. Maybe it was my mind telling me. I'd be sitting there going, "What? This is your star witness who has memory problems?" And Bethany, mm, I'm going to put her on the same level with Dylan.
Mm,
There's blood on that staircase on the first floor. Something happened there,
mm-hmm.
and you can't tell me that they had the or cancellation or earbuds or whatever in their ears and they didn't hear anything. They're both liars.
Good point. Very good point. I can agree.
And there's a reason Jules did not get, what is it, from 12 to 1 or something like that. Or
Mm-hmm.
there's a reason. If she gets it, it'll probably just be all black. I'm going, oh, look, we got the footage. Can't see anything.
Paid a fortune for it.
Yeah, they did. She did.
Jules is good that way. Yeah, she digs in.
935 some odd dollars for garbage.
Yeah,
Okay. Completely and totally redacted garbage that was, again, and this is again an opinion I have. It doesn't mean that it's a fact, but it's a high opinion that it was manipulated too, Randy. That's how I see it because, and I mean manipulated as in tampered with. The video was manipulated in certain ways that I think shouldn't have been. It should have been, if you have to redact certain things, people's dates of birth, addresses, social
right,
security numbers, that's fine. We don't want that. I don't want that. I don't care about that stuff.
right.
Names that have already been put to the public, I think, is our right. They did it. They did what they were doing. They presented themselves. They decided to go on Dateline and Amazon Prime and all this shit. That's their fault. We didn't ask you to do that. You did it. So leaving it at that, I don't care about your personal information. That doesn't matter to me, but there's no reason to redact anything other than that stuff. And they did, and I believe they manipulated the video for certain reasons. We can't tell why yet at this point, and that's just an opinion. That's all I'm saying. So,
I mean, they let Steve G get on TV and lie and put out lies that
and
they
he
knew
admitted to
were
it,
lies.
Diane. I
Yeah.
don't know if you guys heard that. Steve himself admitted, and I'll tell you something we were talking about this morning over at Outcast. That Linda Lane footage was first put out by Steve G. Okay, he got that footage. His PI went to Kane Francis and got the footage, and he sent it to certain people. Okay, I'm not going to name any names specifically because some people may not want to know that they received it and put it out. But I know one for a fact that received that information, didn't know what to do with it, and at some point she put it out. Okay, and he himself admitted to putting out fake and false information and asking people to run a certain narrative and lie about certain things. That's not cool, folks. Sorry. And you're the family member of a victim in the crime. What's wrong with this picture, folks? Anybody tell me? You see the problem?
I think he knew his daughter was attacked on the staircase from the first floor. But then he said, well, he didn't have to go upstairs.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah. Twist said Dylan was threatened and didn't want to die. It's hard to blame her. And I can imagine that that's a good reason to lie and to withhold information. Sure. That could
Especially
be
if
why.
you know
But don't
especially
deny
if
that.
the murder's still out there.
Of course. Of course. Bingo. Good point, Randy. Right there. Bingo.
That's why Bethany, she blew that town. And,
I think Bethany
I
was
think-
more scared than anybody, in my opinion, to be honest with you.
but it's
She-
still not, because karma does come around. It does. It's still not a reason to send an innocent man to prison. It just isn't. It wasn't right in Delphi. Oh, let's give the family closure. Yeah, they needed it. My God, what was it, 7 years or something like that?
Okay,
It's
here's
still
this
not right.
here's this guy standing beside you. He goes, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, now I lost my train of thought. He's like, we're either gonna
Sound like me now.
yeah, I got a few more years than you do, buddy. Let
all
me go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get it.
No, I was just saying it's all good.
If you have a choice, here's your choice. Either I kill you or you kill somebody else. If you want to live, then you have to say this guy goes to jail. If you don't say that, you're not going to live. Have you ever been put in that situation? I sure as hell haven't. I sure don't want to be.
I have. It's like I told him, look, I'm going to die anyway sometime. And if I die, it's my time.
Right.
She could have gone to the FBI, Homeland Security, and said, hey, look, I've been threatened by blah, 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 blah. To lie. Send an innocent man to prison, and I'm not going to do it. You're going to protect me.
And why is she in hiding now?
She ain't
Same.
hiding.
Huh?
She's not hiding.
We haven't heard much from her or about her. I think.
Well, they did stay out of the limelight for quite a while afterwards. Very
it's all
purposeful.
Dylan. You know.
Bethany had the same option. Go, hey, you know what? I want to change my hair color, my name. And he would get a new face because I'm going to tell the truth.
Welcome back, Marshall. Agreed.
Do
Then it
we
must
not believe
something else.
what is right and what's wrong is wrong?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did that get mixed up in this thing?
when
To
society has become what it is, bro.
Yeah.
You know that.
To say for the greater good. Okay, so for the greater good of what we are framing an innocent man for?
There is no greater good when it comes to that type of a situation, in my opinion. You're completely disregarding the Constitution that was put together many years ago to keep this country in order. Okay, you're disregarding that as if it's a roll of toilet paper. Okay, and you're completely disregarding the state of Idaho's Constitution again, and disregarding the laws and the way things work to create a narrative for a reason that we can't quite figure out why you're and what. As Sai said, there's something much larger that is being hidden and or protected at this point, and that is why everybody wants to know what the hell is behind all this. What's the big deal that you cannot give us absolute truth on this? That's the problem. So
Homeland Security.
I mean,
If
when
it,
you have, that's a good point, Diane. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was just getting ready to head right towards that direction. So you're in my head again. When you have agencies such as Moscow PD, who is very small in this, okay, but very big in the cover up side to this, in my opinion, I'll say. But you have Homeland Security, the U.S. Marshal's Office, Latah County Sheriff's Office, Idaho State Police, Moscow PD, the Secret Service, and maybe others. For this, you have all of that involved. Why? That alone in itself tells its own story, in my opinion, to bring that many agencies into something like this. Stop lying to us. That's all I'm saying. If you're telling us lies, there's obviously something that's so much bigger and run so much deeper that you have to have multiple agencies involved, high-ranking agencies, mind you. Homeland Security is no joke. Secret Service is no joke. The U.S. Marshal's Office is no joke. Why? Why can't you just? Why couldn't ISP? I'm sorry, the FBI is involved too, and I'm probably going to say the DEA because they were on the ground before these murders happened. So to bring all these agencies in it's a horrible murder. Don't get me wrong. 4 people being murdered at one time is horrifying. But why do you need all these high-ranking letter agencies involved in this? Why couldn't the ISP and Moscow do this themselves? Yeah. And maybe the FBI. Okay. You didn't need all this other shit unless there's something else going on in the background. That's all I'm saying.
they would probably say, my guess, well, we have put a stop to the fentanyl coming into our country,
Okay.
Right.
killing whoever,
That's a good thing.
and meth, and blah 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 blah. That's just my guess, and I could be totally wrong on that, but that would be the greater good.
There's no good. I'm sorry, Diane. You say that, but it just really I feel a nerve of anger just coming over me when I hear you say that, because there's no greater good in this. None at all. Period.
The way they
None.
play it off.
In their minds, it could be what they believe is a greater good. But in the long run, there's nothing. I agree with Hemi on that portion. There is no greater good.
When you are in your own capsule and you can manipulate shit to make it the way you want to make it for the greater good of that college, and you've been stewing on that shit for the very longest time, yeah, I could buy into that. But when I'm on the outside and I'm looking into your shit and it stinks to all the high heaven like a litter box, it's time to change the litter, folks. It's time to clean house.
That's a good point. And V said something too that she's very absolutely right on. She's been here for a long time. Kim said in the very beginning that people were told and being told repeatedly to shut up. Do not talk about this. Why? I've never seen that happen before anywhere. People may not want to talk about it, but I've never seen people being told and forced to not talk about it or threatened to not talk about it, because we know that happened. When Rory was on the ground walking around, he was telling us that people were saying that they were told, if you talk about this, there's going to be consequences. What? Why?
Sure didn't want him sitting in that bar.
No,
we don't want you here.
He was threatened, like you, and word for word. What are you doing here?
Yeah.
Well, I bought a drink and I'm just doing a little bit of work here. We know what you're doing here, and you need to get the fuck out. Word for word, and don't fucking come back. They use those words. That's not very nice. Okay. Okay, no problem. Have a good day. I'm out. Why would you say that to somebody that's a patron of your establishment?
Unless you had a reason to.
And there's people that were giving him eyes and looks and yeah, that was very off-putting to me. So if you're not covering up anything or you're not hiding anything, Why are you acting like you are? Period.
Because
that
they
was
are.
It's I'm sorry, Diana. It's nothing against you. This case has been one big, huge f up from the beginning. That I've been covering it, and it's so many red flags. There's so many doubt that there's no clear explanation of who, what, when, where, and how. You know what I'm saying?
Um,
For the greater good. No, this is not for greater good. This is called you are exposed. We see you, Moscow. We see you, Idaho. We see how you doing business. We see it.
oh, I agree. I totally agree. But if, let's say, Paul Barati is right, and the two groups that he thinks were involved, and I agree with him, um, there's, how do I put this? Um, in one group, there's only 3 individuals who can give the order to have someone unalived, and they're all in prison, and they are not getting out. You know, so when that, if he's right, that order came from one of the 3 bigwigs, one of the 3-letter agencies, or maybe all of them. Somebody dropped the ball because there's always someone who goes, "Hey, you know what? They're going to do this and that." And when you move drugs, you always have maybe a couple cops or more in your pocket. I'm pretty sure we all know 2 of them because one booked real quick. What was it, 2, 3 days after he disappeared? He's done. I'm out of here. They were already in that town investigating drug trafficking. They had FBI people in the school posing as students. You had DEA there. You know, you had Homeland Security, uh, Secret Service. I guess I didn't know about that one. There, you don't get the, you don't get those agencies in one area
over a murder
for no
case.
reason.
Exactly.
Yep, I agree.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I get it where Dylan comes from because I believe we all see that, right? What could have happened, what she may have done. We know the connections there. My thing is, if this was a drug hit, why leave survivors? Why,
Because
if you want to
one of the
make an
liars
example,
was
I'm just
giving
saying, if
them
you want to make an
information
example, you want to make an example of a drug bust gone bad or whatever the case to the families that's involved. Why leave survivors?
because one of the liars was feeding them information and drove all the way to what, Coeur d'Alene, to go, "Hey, Kaylee, come to this party with me," that they'd never went to. That's why. And the other one
Good
is
point
just
too.
scared to death. And if Dylan was the only one who was left alive, that's going to look really funny. Really funny that 5 people were unalive and she didn't hear anything. She didn't see anything. Oh my God. It might be my brain trying to tell me it's real. I don't know. I might have been dreaming. She knew
Still
exactly.
can't get past that statement. I don't know. I think this is what happened, or it could just be my brain trying to remind me of what happened. What did you just say? I'll
Yeah,
never get past that.
yeah. She knew exactly what she was doing every time she was interviewed. Well, I don't know if it's true. The only time she told the truth is when they said, "Hey, we've arrested this guy. Was it him?" And she said, "No, don't ring a bell." That's the only time she told the truth. Everything else has been a lie out of her mouth. I mean, I'm a female, and I'm telling you, if I was in her position and I got my cell phone, I'd be on the phone going, "Hey, 911, yeah, some shit's going down here at my house. Can you get here now?" Sure in the hell wouldn't be opening the door if she even did that, or let alone run downstairs. Okay, and let's say she didn't hear anything. She didn't see anything. She seen Xana as she's going down to Bethany's. And so, and when she goes in with Hunter, oh, she was in the same position. She knew she had her underwear on, could see the top of her head, and her feet was facing the door.
And I still think she saw and knew more than that too, Diane. That's just my opinion.
I agree. I
I
totally
truly feel
agree.
that when she went to Bethany's room, at the very least, I felt like she walked in and looked, and maybe even tried to interact with Xana, obviously to have no response. And at that point, you saw everything. In my opinion, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I you can't. Is she? Cause what'd she say? She was running to get to Bethany's room.
Right.
Okay, let's say you look over real quick, but you're running. How the hell can you go? Yeah, she was in her underwear. I could see the top of her head, and her feet was facing the door.
And that's what I mean. She said she glanced and she glanced as she was running to Bethany's room
Yeah,
and saw that. And I just don't believe that. I'm sorry, I don't. And like Twiz just said, if she even went to Bethany's room, okay, we don't know any of that's true. It's based on your own testimony. You could say anything you want, and we're expected to believe it.
like I said, the only thing she ever told the truth is when she said, "Well, no, I don't recognize him." That
That's
I
because she never
forget what
saw
she
him.
said, but she just, she goes, "No." What she said didn't ring a bell or something.
Yeah, I think I would recognize or remember a nose that big or something like that.
Yeah, and then you make the statement, "Well, I think he knows me. I think, and what was it? I think he was trying to protect me." What the hell? Why? Why would you think that?
Yes, and then you also have a contradictory statement coming from Bethany, where Bethany said something about Dylan making a comment about the nose to her in her interview. So that's what I'm saying. One contradicts the other contradicts the other. Nothing backs anything up. What's true, what's not? That's all I'm saying. It's all ridiculous.
My ass would not have come out of that room until I heard police.
Hmm.
I would have gone, okay.
If that was all true, what you're gonna say, yeah, I do agree with that.
And I don't agree with Steve G saying, "Well, nobody could have been saved." How do you know? I mean, and then you hear it. She says, "Well, I heard crying." Okay, that means somebody's alive.
Yeah, I had a big problem with Steve making that statement because you don't know. You really don't know. Depending on what time things happened, when things went down, I think that is just a bullshit statement to make. Truly.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if somebody could have been saved. I Ethan, I don't think he could have with the type of injuries he had. I I don't think he could have been saved. Maybe you could have saved Xana because if you called
It, it
911 and
it
said,
all
"Hey,
depends on when everything went down, Diane. Who
yeah,
was attacked first? Who was attacked last? who is involved. I mean, all of that. There's particulars for it for sure.
I seen a report that listed Maddie as victim two.
Mhm.
That's interesting because we've also had reports stating that she was the first one attacked. So
Yeah.
thank you,
So,
Moto Man.
and
Appreciate
I
that,
could be
brother.
wrong, but isn't that how it goes? You know who the first one was. That would be the first victim. Um,
Right.
and but they have Maddie listed as victim two.
Which means, in my opinion, they probably absolutely had blood transfer. That's one of the
Yeah.
only ways we could know that, in my opinion. Moto says I think Bethany and Dylan know full well who was in the house and have been terrified ever since they arrested the wrong guy, which would explain the shift in their story, hence why Bethany never came back. And that's a very interesting point, Moto. Thank you for that point. Great point.
I
Yeah.
And
agree
thank you
with
so much
that.
for that super chat, bro. Appreciate that very much.
But the killers are still out. They're roaming around. How
Right.
safe are you? You're not. So it would seem to me I'd be going, hey, you know what? Uh, this is what happened.
Can that pretty much tell you what happened?
Pardon
That
me?
911 call drives me insane.
Um, that's a joke. They both should have been arrested for not reporting the crime and waiting 8 to 10 hours later, depending upon when it actually happened. It could have been 10 hours.
I need to go back and rewatch Bethany's all of Bethany's interviews because I've been under the impression that she thinks Dylan's kind of crazy. uh, I don't think there's really too much credibility as far as her concern with Dylan. Kind of explains the distance that Bethany has shown of separation. I mean, I've seen in body cam where on noise complaints she can open up the door and then say, "Oh, okay, hold on a minute," and then close the door like she's going to get somebody. And lo and behold, Hunter is in the house. See, it's kind of hard to focus on the cars when you have other things going on as well that some folks may not seem to be relevant, but it is. It's
Wasn't
highly.
Hunter excluded?
And I've always felt this way. All this stuff about the cars and all this, it's all distraction. Well, why are we listening to audio about screaming and all this? That's relevant. We've never heard that before. That's part of the cover up. That's a part of the issue. And why we're still trying to discuss about this case.
Dago, um, was the footage that Jules got, was that going to be played in court? I mean, was that part
Um,
of
I
the
don't know. That's a good
the
question.
evidence?
That's a good question. I can't give you an answer to that though,
My guess not, because
because I don't. We don't even know if they received that. You know what I mean?
and didn't Ann Taylor say there is no audio of the homicides?
Um, I think you might be right. Yeah, maybe. I
I hear you, Jay.
there's been so much. I'm trying to remember, but I think you might be right.
Because the what 417 or 420 or whatever it is, I would never if I was in and one of the jurors and I heard that and I'd go, I don't hear any murder. I don't
Right.
I don't even hear a thud. I hear a dog barking, but that's it.
AR says they weren't going to use the 11-12 footage in the prosecution. So, I mean, I kind of didn't think so, but I don't know that. I'm sure they had portions of it. They had to have, but some of the stuff that we've seen and heard, I question it. I'll just say that.
No, he said no.
AR
No,
said
they
they
were
weren't
not
going
using.
to.
Yeah,
Right.
they were not using. Okay.
Bethany refused to call for help to the victims. Bethany lied to police about being asleep, just like Dylan. They both did. Yeah. Bethany refused to talk to the defense. Bethany, and at some point she wasn't even going to speak. You heard Blaker in Dylan's interview ask why's your friend not, why doesn't she want to talk to me? There's that too. Just saying. And I agree with that too, Amy.
Who was the Idaho State Police person who interviewed Dylan? Because
Gooch.
I think it was a woman.
Detective Gooch.
You could hear it in her voice, like, you want me to believe this?
Mm-hmm. She definitely sounded like she had some doubt. I agree with that.
And Dylan, I thought at first that she was as stupid as the day is long. No, she is quite intelligent. She knew exactly what to say and what not to say. I mean,
That's a
I
good question, answer 4242.
yeah, because the PCA when they come out, well, they were asleep, and you go back to their what was it? Their they did not interviews, conferences or something. Well, they were asleep, and then you find out, oh no, no, they weren't. That's wide awake. One
Good
was even
point.
on what was it, Indeed or something for a job.
Welcome, Molly. So here again, because we're about to shut her down, guys. We've been here almost 4 hours. Um, AR said prosecution was only using a few car stills from various videos around town that they used in their court analysis, nothing around the actual crime scene. See, and after what I read to you today from Balance, there was nothing. They had nothing. It's insane. It's insane. Okay. And then you corner this guy into believing that you did have something enough to the point for him to take this stupid plea deal. This is insane. And like I said, the main goal today, when I was first coming in here to talk about, was to try to understand why these people that believe that Brian did this all by himself, all alone, completely 100%, do not see these other things that we see, and they completely ignore it when we point it out to them.
You want me to tell you why?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely, go for it.
They're fucking ignorant, and they don't want to admit they were wrong. I mean, unlike Steve G, who stood up and said, "Oh fuck, I lied."
I mean, that could be an answer. Yes, I can agree.
You know, I mean, no, that's why you don't see Nancy Grace or anybody else or that fucking trashy ass Banfield going, "Hey, this has been released. Look at this," because then they have to go, "Well, I might have been wrong."
Well, you notice though, not one of them will touch any of this new audio video footage. Not one of them.
I haven't seen any of them do it.
And you won't. You won't see it because it goes against everything they have portrayed.
He's an incel, and then you find out, well, no, he didn't have a problem with women. Uh,
Hmm.
well, he's Ted Bundy. Okay,
Yeah.
how? When Santa Claus steps up and says, we can't place him. What do you say, near the house or in the house?
Say that again.
What did Santa Claus say uh, when they at sentencing? We can't place him. It was either near the house or in the house.
In the house, I believe.
Why didn't somebody go, wait a minute, what? Did any, what in Banville or Nancy Grace go, did anybody hear the prosecutor say that they can't place him in the house? They push too hard. He's an incel, blah, 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 he's Ted Bundy, all kinds of shit. Then they would have to backtrack and go, well, maybe he wasn't an incel. Maybe he didn't could do this.
Right.
And God
Hang on.
knows they don't want to lose Jeff H. as a viewer who listens to them.
I'm going to show something to you guys here in a second here. I'm working on it. Keep going.
It's, like I said, I don't agree with the greater good thing. I don't. Do not agree with it. But Homeland Security and the FBI, if they feel it's in this country's best interest, yeah, they're going to say that. And of course, you can't force the FBI to come into court and testify. They just go, well, I ain't showing. And they don't show. I don't really, now I don't know if Hitler was even going to let Cy Ray say a word. When Cy Ray first testified in Latah County, the prosecution side didn't even ask him one question. They knew. They knew what he had wasn't flowing with what they were saying. And they weren't willing to step up and go, well, he's a liar. Even though he's a man who, teaches the FBI this and that. And then, he invented this. He's put, I don't know how many years in it. He's testified for prosecutions all over the United States. Santa Claus or his little elf wasn't willing to take on Cy Ray. Judge Hitler, on the other hand, didn't have a problem with it.
Right. I'm going to take us back to the sentencing hearing, okay? I want you guys to hear something. For those of you that may not remember, maybe some of you weren't there. This is Bill Thompson's statement, the prosecutor's statement at the sentencing hearing, okay? Listen to how he presents this and what he reads to the world at the end of this entire case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people.
See, that's the thing, AR, with me. I'm not pushing for that. What I'm pushing for is for it to be seen and heard, how this investigation was handled and how this case was handled and all the issues within. Honest to God, and I don't mean to sound ignorant about this, but Brian is not important to me at this point. Everything else within the case is what is bothering me, which is why I'm still talking about it. It has nothing to do with Brian. So, but I understand your stance, and I respect that fully, bro. 100%.
We're responsible for the defendant's actions and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Koberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings with representatives of all of the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been even consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of the trial after so many years was paramount. So the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogan. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that.
And the Academy Award goes to
Today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence. And barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now.
I have to tell you guys, it disgusts me that he's using them to project himself the way that he is. Okay, because I don't believe anything he's saying. What happened to them is absolutely horrific. It's disgustingly horrific. It's my heart's been broken for the past 3 years over this, because these 4 beautiful people never got to start their lives, guys. That's a fact. But what he's doing is he's using their situation to promote a display of disgusting, fake. It just makes me sick. Truly makes me sick. But I'm showing you guys this for a reason, as to what he did at the end of this. Truly.
So was he saying that Xana sleeps on the floor? I mean, he said they were all asleep. So apparently
Say
Xana
again,
slept on
Diane.
the
I didn't
floor.
hear you. Your voice was kind of low. Say it again.
So what he's implying, they were all asleep. So Xana sleeps on the floor.
I mean, in a sense, I guess, yeah, you could put it that way. That's basically what he is saying. The whole thing disgusts me that he's doing this.
He makes me more. He
It's
makes
just,
me sick
it's
more
nauseating.
than Jeff H.
It's nauseating. The whole thing is nauseating. Okay. That it's just it disgusts me that this whole thing was able to even happen the way it did. And I'm showing this to you to show you what he read to the world at the end of this, which was nothing more than the PCA, where he added a few choice words and put on his award-winning, act for the world. It's disgusting to me.
Fake crying.
I don't think me and Randy could put on a better show ourselves behind our drum sets, folks, because this guy, he gets the award. I'm sorry.
Not with all the lighting in the world.
Absolutely not. 100%, bro. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to sound heartless, because I'm not. I'm absolutely here for these 4 kids right here. And they're kids to me just as much as mine are. Same age, okay? little bit younger than my kids. I'm here for them. I'm not here for Bill Thompson. I'm not here for the families. You know, I hope they get what they deserve, and that's true justice, but I'm here for these four to bring some truth because they don't have a voice to express the truth here, which they of all people are the only people that know, okay, thus far, because they have hid it from us so well that we don't. The guy standing there reading right now is a piece of trash, and he's the one that should be in prison, in my opinion, because of what he did throughout this entire case, and it makes me absolutely sick to my stomach, knowing what I know that he did. That's a fact.
Yeah, you can share a cell with Hitler.
I'm sorry, Randy, say again.
I said, yeah, he can share a cell with Hitler.
100%.
Corrupt.
Agreed.
Jesus.
Yeah, agreed.
But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today. And he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward.
That's what I think of your statement, Bill. Absolutely. And I'm sorry, you guys. Again, I'm not heartless. I'm not cold because I do not feel that these victims got justice. And I will continue to ask questions, make statements, have conversations until I feel that they did, because this man brought no justice to them whatsoever. This man did nothing for them whatsoever. This man did not prosecute this case. This man did not prosecute Brian Koberger, and this man did not fucking find Brian Koberger guilty of anything because he did not a fucking thing in this case. That's exactly how I feel about it, and I'm never going to change that until you show me something that proves that he did, because he didn't.
And let's not forget, Dago, this is the same man that said in that dang on press conference after everything was over with that Brian Koberger did not have anything of relevance to say. No. Where if they did sit down with Brian Koberger and he freely just belted out a true confession that, okay, this is how it was done, this is who was involved, I would be more than happy to be able to walk away and go, you know what? They got their guy. They don't have their guy.
Nope.
The guy that actually did this, or the people that's involved, is still walking to this very damn day. That's an issue for the greater good of my tailbone.
AR's statement says it all, folks. Bill Thompson failed in all of his high-profile cases, all of them. The man was a pathetic fucking prosecutor. He wasn't a prosecutor at all, okay? He has taken plea agreements after plea agreements after plea agreement in all his penalty-eligible cases, yet the county continues to elect him and put him back in that spot. He's a pathetic excuse for a human being, in my opinion, and for a prosecutor, because he's not. He's a fucking joke, and he always has been. 3 cases that I could find, 3 Out of 30 some years, the man was a prosecutor. 3 that he took to court because he's pathetic, and he's a. I'm sorry for the language, but he's a pussy. Okay, he doesn't have the gall to take this to trial. Any of these cases, because he doesn't want to do the job. He doesn't want to do the work because he can't. He's a joke, and he makes
And
me.
I'm going to say this about Brian Kohlberger. Now he is his own damn man. If he wants to sit and rot for the rest of his life in prison, that's his damn problem. My issue is this: how all this was done.
That's why he's a hero.
My problem.
This is right here. This is why he's a hero, because he saved the state money. That's why they love him so much. Of course he did, because he didn't do anything. And I agree with you, Emmy. I agree with you, Emmy. I missed what you said, Diane. I'm sorry.
It makes you wonder about his other cases.
It absolutely does. And I would love myself to look into every one of these if I had the time. Every case that he's prosecuted, quote unquote. Okay? I would love to look into them. Makes you wonder how many of them people are innocent too. Truly it does.
And another thing too, Dago, our judicial system as a whole, in our whole country, is doing this to people and is allowing this to happen to people. Why can't we hold them accountable to their case? This is what the plea deal does. It takes away your rights. If you are guilty, it should be with a open statement to the public and say, okay, this is what happened. This is how I'm guilty.
That should implement that. There is a factor within this for there to be allowed to be a plea deal. If you're going to accept a plea deal, you should have to explain and confess fully what you did and that you committed the crime. Absolute. Otherwise,
I'm sorry, Dago, but to say that well, it was all done confidentially behind closed doors that he confessed. Bullshit.
That should be unacceptable. I absolutely agree. That should be
Bullshit.
one of the main things. Absolutely.
Bullshit.
I personally think the 4 victims.
The parents of the 4 victims deserve better than that. The victims themselves deserve better than that. That's total bullshit.
Yep. And Lucy's right. Like the case where the body had a uterus, but the victim had a hysterectomy. Explain that kind of shit, folks. And there's a lot of that kind of stuff that goes on with this. I'm telling you.
The 4 victims, and I have no concern for the families, especially the Gonzaleses, but the 4 victims got sold out.
No, I feel horrible for the families because of their loss. It's horrifying. I don't care what your involvement, whatever you're doing here, there, you still have that loss. That's horrifying. Okay, that's beyond horrifying.
I totally agree with that.
I do not believe, though, that they should have involved themselves the way they did. And I think it's highly illegal, some of the things that were done. That definitely should not have ever been allowed. And you cannot make excuses because there was that loss for them to be allowed to do that, because all that does is open the door for that kind of shit to happen in the future in other cases. And it's not okay. It's just not. So I will say that. And thank you, Moto, again, bro. Not only Bill's cases what about the cases Hitler has rolled on? If this case has showed injustice and laziness, yeah, a good point. Anything that Hitler has touched, anything that John Thompson has touched, and anything that Jennings has touched, I do believe should be looked back into. I will go along with that, bro. I appreciate that very much.
The
But yes,
Supreme Court should be looking at this case. Everybody from the top to the federal government should be looking into this case, because they did not give the justice that was well deserved.
The federal government is not going to look into it. I can tell you that.
They should.
They should.
Our federal government is the reason why our dead country is going to shit.
Well, that's a good point too. And AR has a good point too. In my opinion, I do not believe any capital eligible cases, meaning anything like this that would allow for capital punishment to be involved, should be resolved in a plea agreement. Period. It shouldn't be allowed. They should have to take that fully to trial, prove every aspect of that case, and show every bit of it to the point where that's it. Okay, and if you can't do it, then it doesn't involve the capital. Period. That's my opinion. You definitely
agree.
cannot do, shouldn't be able to do a plea deal on it. I agree with that full heartedly, bro. 100%.
Take the damn plea deal off the fucking table and say, okay, now you have the burden of proof. Now come to court and we're going to prove your burden. If you can't freaking prove it, then throw the case out. Do an investigation. Quit being so goddamn lazy.
Right. That's exactly it.
Because goddamn.
I've been swearing too. It's called passion, Hemi, because we're sick of the bullshit and everybody's tired of being lied to. Everybody wants to know some truth, and a lot of people have a passion for giving these victims justice, okay, and wanting them to see it, which he's right. Like I said, 3 trials, folks. The man's been the prosecutor for 35 years. How is that okay? The man's done nothing in 35 years. I'm sorry, but he hasn't.
Unfortunately, it's not just Idaho. It's all over the goddamn country. It's like
it is. It's not just Idaho for sure, and it should not be. I think it should be a federal law that you cannot, in a capital case, you cannot present a plea deal. I truly agree with that. I absolutely, truly agree with that. That's a great statement, AR. 100%, bro.
There's a reason they let Steve G get on the news and wop up in the mouth. Brian Kober was convicted in the public opinion.
That's the only way they convicted him. They did nothing. The prosecution has done nothing. Prosecutor can't prove the case at the death penalty level, then it should never be charged as such. Amen.
Yep.
Capital Amen, bro. Thank you.
It's about holding the prosecutor to this daggone burden. It's about holding the law enforcement to their investigation.
That too. It goes hand in hand, I think. Emoto just said plea deals are just a way for the prosecution to avoid responsibility in the state to just fast track it. Amen. Again, and thank you for that, bro. That's number 4 on the new goal. Thank you guys so very much. You guys are amazing.
He should be on the daggone panel. He talks a whole lot of good sense.
Let's plan a show soon so we can discuss plea bargains and how they 100%, bro. You let me know when you're ready. I think we should talk about that and point that out to the world exactly how and why it's not okay to be doing these things, because here we sit in the midst of a mess because of that. So yeah, let's do it, dude. You let me know when you're ready. I'm down.
Get some of these crooked ass judges off the bench that deserves to be off the damn bench. Don't even deserve to be on the damn bench.
Agreed.
Sorry.
You're right. No sorry at all. You're right.
Wasn't
Ain't nothing. I didn't say hi to you yet today. And welcome to Go Biddies. Good to see you guys all. Thank you for joining us.
Wasn't this Hitler's first murder trial?
No, Hitler had worked other cases like this in the past, but most recently he was doing, and mostly for the prosecution, obviously, but he was doing, I'd love to have you join the panel, Moto Man.
Yeah, anybody's working on the panel.
He was processing,
Bring them on.
what the hell was it? Medical malpractice is what he was running. So they pull him from that and throw him to this. No, I'm sorry. Thank you, Inside Your Bones. Number 5. We're almost halfway there again, guys. You are amazing. Thank you so much, all of you. God bless. I can give firsthand experience on the systems overcharging and how it leads. Let's do it, bro. I'm down anytime. You know that. Anytime you want to, let's do it. Thank you again so much, Inside Your Bones. I appreciate you very much.
I listen to everything AR says. Everything.
When it comes to stuff like that, of course, I do too, because he has the experience and he has the back knowledge of it. I'm not going to argue with him. Period.
It just goes along with being a citizen of the United States of America. If you're paying taxes to pay our damn federal government, we should be holding them accountable for shit like this.
I've said that before. They work for us. We don't work for them.
On the state level or the fed level, it don't matter.
Right.
And these
And
people need to be in front of the damn Senate. All of them.
Of course.
Everybody
That's
needs to be
my
in front of
opinion.
our Senate to explain why they went to the extremes that they did to put a man, the innocent man that they cannot prove guilt.
Right. Of course, AR. You don't have to ask, bro. The link is pinned. Come on up anytime, brother.
I get
No, I agree.
riled up and I can't even talk straight.
Not you, Hammy.
Where'd it go? No, there's
My
a lot
dog
of
is
there's a whole
climbing
lot
over
of
the walls
overcharging
right
that
now.
happens in these cases, guys. A whole lot of overcharging.
I don't blame Brian for taking the plea deal. I would have tried to get something a little better, but it had to be wearing on him mentally.
I
Yes.
personally still think there's a reason he did, Diane.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I agree with you.
I personally still think there's a reason he did, Diane.
Ow.
Yeah. Gotcha.
AR.
Can you hear me? Yes, very, very well. Hold on. Let me adjust this here for you. I have you turned up way loud over here, bud. There we go. Can you hear me, AR?
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. I hear you. I don't think you can hear me though.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're good.
Sorry about that.
Can you hear me?
I can now. I haven't used my computer in so long that it's
That's
like,
all
what
right.
am I doing?
It's all good. Thank you. We got it. When you first came on, it was stupid loud, but I fixed it. Come on, Twiz. I told you guys it's an open panel. You can come up whenever you want to. Welcome, bud. How are you today? Thank you for joining us.
I'm doing well. I appreciate you for letting me jump up real quick. I've actually, as many probably know, I've been kind of avoiding, just speaking the case. I need a break. I need to kind of get out of the limelight for a minute. Not like I have the limelight. I'm like you, Dago. I'm just a small creator that likes to put out my opinions. And Randy Fuhr, it's great to see you, my man. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. And Diane,
thank you very much. Great to see you again, AR.
AR.
Yeah, it's great to see all of you guys too. And it's hard for me because I wanted to take a step away, and I love the community so much. I always speak with my wife and to take a back seat for a minute.
Right.
I wanted to kind of go in different directions. And one of the reasons why I'm kind of going in different directions is I'm doing a series where I'm working on walking amongst killers. I put out my first series about the serial shooters in Phoenix, Arizona, and my time that I dealt with them. And they're kind of another, there's jurisdictions that do it right when it comes to plea agreements, to where it works out, where they can resolve the case, they get the facts, they get the right people involved. And look, I stand with all of you. I think Brian Koberger was pushed into this plea agreement, and at the end of the day, we're all realizing Bill Thompson could not have gotten a guilty verdict in this case. If you take this into a different jurisdiction that literally focuses on capital cases, he could have never got a guilty verdict against Brian Koberger, not with what they have. I know that. Anybody with intelligence knows that. But the problem, this is what happens on a day in and day out basis. These plea agreements come across the board and people accept them. And at the end of the day, can I speak with the terminology I want to use, Dago? I don't want to bring any negativity to
You can say anything you want, dude. There's no we don't have any child safety locks over here, bro. Do your thing.
I think we're all adults, and the way that it should be said is very simple.
Yes.
People, so a screw job happens in every case like this, whether it be a prosecution fails the families of the victims, or a defendant screws his own self by trying to lessen the sentence against them. And in this case, Brian Koberger obviously would screw himself to get the death penalty removed, to save his life, to be able to speak daily with his mother, who obviously loves and adores him. So,
Right.
yes, would
Right.
a plea bargain be struck in this case on Brian Koberger's side for a very specific reason? Yeah, it's to.
And I think AR, to add to that real quick, not to interrupt you, absolutely my apologies, but I when you said something, it flipped a switch. I feel like that the death penalty was attached to this immediately because Thompson knew that. Okay, I think they knew that in the very beginning and what they were going to do with this and how they could work this. AR, that's just, I haven't been through this, but from what I've seen, what I've learned, I do fully agree that that's how that went down, and that's why.
I think if I could go back in time in the way that I presented through my content and used my voice in this case, if I could hit that rewind button, I would have been drilling at the very beginning that Bill Thompson, first of all, he has no balls. He has none. This
Thank
is
you.
one of the prosecutors. If you put me in front of Bill Thompson
Right.
back in my days of committing crimes, I would have never taken a plea bargain with this guy. I would have drove this guy all the way to trial because I knew he would have flaked out at the end and most likely dropped charges.
Right.
I don't think he would have wanted to push the gamut, especially in some of the cases. See, I was never in cases like death penalty eligible like Brian Koberger, so it's a different scenario. But I had some high level cases that he would have had to prove many people were involved, and they would have had to push for life sentences against certain people. I don't think he would have done
Right.
it.
Right.
I think that he would have been pushing plea bargain from the beginning. I'll give you 5 years. I'll give you 7 years. And I believe with the mindset that I had, because I was very defiant, I was very against the grain, I would have said, no, let's go to trial. If I lose, I'm only getting 10.
Yep.
If I win, I'm getting nothing. So
Yep.
let's go.
Take the chance. Right.
But I think I have a little different mindset than maybe someone like a Brian Koberger. And I wanted to come back and do some content on the Brian Koberger type of individual that does land in the penitentiary. Brian Koberger had something to lose. He had the relationship with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
He had a very loving mother that obviously he spoke to on a day in, day out basis. So it was an emotional side to where if Brian Koberger lost, his mom would pay the price.
And that's a good point, because what else did Brian have, AR? We know
Right.
he didn't have a whole lot of friends. He didn't have a wife, a girlfriend. That wasn't his life. His mom and his dad, but more his mother was his life. And that's a very good point, sir. Very good point.
I think at the end of the day, the person or persons that at the loss of a trial, the ones that would have been punished the most on the defense side of things would have been mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
I think Brian would have just said, whatever, but at the end of the day, mom and dad would have been punished. And that's what would kind of lead Brian Koberger to say, okay, how do we work out a plea agreement here that benefits everybody? And in a scenario like this, Dago, and why I made my comment the way I did, in a capital case like this, there should be no plea agreement whatsoever eligible for anybody to utilize. We got to go to trial. The proof has to be shown, and a jury of 12 people with two alternative representatives needs to be the one that makes the decision, not a judge, because a single man that could decide the fate of Brian Koberger, like a Judge Hiffler, is ridiculous. And I've been through it, man. I've been through it. I've sat in front of these judges. I knew I had no shot, none. And it's like, oh, what do I do now? Now I got to go to prison.
Right.
I don't have a shot.
Right.
Because this one man makes every decision throughout the entirety of not only the hearings, but when you get to trial, every objection, this man rules on. Every bit of testimony, this man rules on. Every bit of what's going to be heard by the jury, this one man rules on. That's wrong. That's wrong.
I agree. And I believe in a case that's capital like this, not just that. That's a very important point too. But there should never be allowed to be every bit of this case should be presented to the world, folks. It should be presented to the public 100%, every aspect of it, both sides of it, all of it. This is somebody's life, okay, that you're taking from them at this point when it comes to the outcome of it. So therefore, it should have to be put out to the world that way, every bit of it, not just okay, if you agree to this, then we'll give you a deal. No, not in a case like this. I never have ever agreed with that. So I fully agree with you wholeheartedly. And the fact that one person can decide your life, I agree with you completely on that, 100%.
I think the first thing that needs to happen in a situation like this, it comes down to the charges being filed. So when Brian Koberger's arrested, he's detained. Now the prosecutor has to come to the plate and say, I need to charge based on this evidence. We're going for capital death penalty, murder in the first degree. Or they need to say, well, we can't prove murder in the first degree. So now we got to look at murder in the second degree. We got to look at non-premeditated murder. Because look, at the end of the day, even if I sit here and I say, look, I can't cover Brian Koberger anymore because the man's not stepping up to the plate. He's not fighting for himself. I haven't seen a filed motion for appeal. I haven't seen a filed motion for, ineffective count. I haven't seen anything coming out. And I get people who are saying, oh, he's got a little bit of time. Look, the time ticks quickly on your motions in the penitentiary to get your voice heard, because first you got to go find the lawyer that's willing to do it. Then you got to get that lawyer caught up to speed. They've got to file the motions. They got to be death penalty eligible as well, because if you win your motions, now you're back on track to trial. You're going to be paying a lot of money for this individual. The state's not going to pay for it. So you and your family will be. So you better be prepared to go to trial with somebody that's capable of doing so, because they're not just going to drop the gates and say, okay, I'm going to let him out of the penitentiary. He's going to walk home tomorrow. This is a very difficult, very trying, even on lower charges, it's difficult. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of money. You're throwing the 3 attorneys that were battling for you. You're throwing all 3 of them under the bus.
Yeah.
That's your ineffective counsel right there. You got to throw Ann Taylor, Massop, and Bicca Barlow under the bus. They're no longer defending you. They're no longer your representation. So this is a difficult thing for me to want to come to the table and to continue to cover, because it is so mentally boggling. I get it. We can argue the facts of the case. We've done that. I think many of us have come to the conclusion there is not one shred of evidence that even calls for capital punishment in this case. You could not prove first-degree murder, premeditation in this case if you wanted to. Nobody could.
I can agree.
Nobody could prove premeditated. We've already heard the prosecutor state they can't even prove he was at the house or a connection to the victims. Okay, premeditation's gone. That means first-degree capital murder is gone.
Right.
Why are people struggling with that? Like, I understand many have found Brian Koberger guilty, and now many are focusing on me like I'm finding the man guilty. I'm not. I have not found Brian Koberger guilty of anything. Nothing. I've come to the conclusion the man can't even be proven premeditation or that he had a connection.
Right.
But I'm having a problem that this young man, who not only writes very well college-themed papers.
Right.
He's highly intelligent. He obviously knows what's very important to his case. He has not filed a single thing to protect himself, and that scares me a little bit.
Understood.
Not that he's guilty, because I don't know if he is or not. I know he can't be proven guilty of the charges. I know there's nowhere in this country with everybody I've ever done time with, and I've done time with very high-profile convicted criminals. not one of them,
Right.
I believe, could be like so sure that they wouldn't be filing motions right now
Mhm.
to just try to clear what happened to them. I mean, that's your out. That's your out of all of this. And why is he not taking that out? I don't get it.
Let me
Uh,
ask you something because of your knowledge. Let me ask you real quick. So, if you, besides the fact, AR, that let's step beside it. Let's not even talk about that part of it, okay? That let's say that Brian is innocent, okay? We'll go there for a minute first, and then we'll try the other way. Let's say Brian is innocent, and like you just said, he's not doing anything right now, okay? He's not doing anything for himself to defend himself, to protect himself, to do anything in that aspect. Granted, yes, there's time, but based on what you just said, with knowing other people that have done these situations almost the same and in different circumstances, has have further outcome has happened. Okay, sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with my speed. What I'm trying to say, and what would you think, based on what your knowledge is, would provoke him to be doing what he's doing, or their lack of not doing, I should say, right now, being if he was an innocent person?
if he was innocent,
If he was innocent, yeah. Why? I'm sorry, I'm not sounding the right way. I know I'm not.
um,
So, okay, if Brian is innocent or was innocent, what would make you think? What would keep him from doing something to go forward with this right now, in your opinion?
he doesn't have the financial capability to get the lawyers that he needs to battle this.
Okay,
It's a financial thing.
gotcha. That's a good point. That's a good
It's
point.
millions of dollars. Millions of dollars, and you have no funding from the state anymore. No longer are you eligible for I'm indigent, I need help
Sure,
to
sure.
do this. And also the knowledge that if you come out of this and you did get awarded, because you got to remember, you got to go back in front of Hitler first. Hitler's got to make the initial, okay, we're going to open this door, which that's scary. That
Uh-huh.
now you got to go back in front of him, because I think that's a part of the issue altogether of why he's where he is.
Right.
So, one, you got to go get the representation that's willing to defend you. You got to have the financial means to do that. They've also got to be death penalty eligible, because this is not coming out where he's going to walk away completely innocent. This is going to come out that it would be him going back to trial.
And they or do they not have to have some kind of an appellate background as well with this at this point?
Absolutely, they do.
So
Appellate, and they've
there's
got
all
to
of
be
that.
death penalty certified.
And then there's rumor that there's a lot of people that don't want nothing to do with this case, attorney wise. That's a rumor, guys. I can't tell you that's a fact, but that's something that's been heard out there too. So there's a lot of like
The people that I've spoken to, and I'm not saying I've spoken directly to anybody that would 100% be a decision maker in this case, because I have not.
Right.
And I'm not buddy with people that could help Brian make this decision. I can't help Brian make this decision. Have I contacted? Have I sent what I can to Brian in regards to information that I know or people I've dealt with or what I've been through? Sure, I have. That doesn't mean it's going to help him in his decision making. But,
right.
At the end of the day, I have heard through people that I trust that his case has been kind of not interesting to people.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. They're staying away from it because of all the, and again, this could just be a rumor, but what I've heard is that people are, I don't want to say afraid of this case, but they're avoiding it because of all the drama that surrounds it per se. That's what I've heard. True? I don't know. But definitely,
some of the information I've heard is the high profileness of the case.
Right. That's what I was meaning.
The notoriety of it, the views. There's a lot going on here.
Sure.
And, they shy away from that, but also the cost, the financial burden of the case can get extreme as well. And I think that's caused some people to shy away from it as well.
Right.
As well as, one of the things I heard, and I took it very seriously when I heard it, and it came from a person that I was speaking with that has a lot of knowledge. They have a law, background, and they said the interference of the willingness of the feds to approach defense witnesses. The
There's a
Gabrielle Vargas situation, where she was in the courtroom for the defense testifying, and within minutes of leaving that courtroom, she was approached by the feds. That's worrisome to
And that's
many
the
as
fear
well.
factor that I'm talking about, that people have a bit of a fear with this. I agree with you. And that's something else I've thought about a lot with this. A Moto Man is asking you, AR, do you think that the system is denying people from meeting and interviewing Brian in case he's able to make any financial gains in order to mount a defense and prove his innocence? That's a good question, Moto. And thank you again for the super chat, brother. You hit number 6 on our goal.
I think that's an amazing question as well. So I can give you a little bit of history and truth of what's coming from my side of things, because people do know that while incarcerated in the jail, I applied to be able to visit Mr. Koberger myself. I have nothing in my record within the state of Idaho or within the jurisdictions that would deny me the eligibility to visit somebody behind glass. Obviously, I cannot visit anybody in an open, face-to-face handshaking because of my past. I do have some situations there. I was immediately 100% denied any of that. And then when Brian got to the penitentiary in Idaho, my correspondence with Brian was denied, which I'm not incarcerated, so it's not mail between inmates, and there should be no reason why my communication with Brian Koberger was denied. But it was immediately, it became an issue, and I even was approached to stop communication in a very, very strict manner. They approached me, but that's not going to work with someone like me. Like, I know my rights. I've also been incarcerated, so I know the rules, and it doesn't work with me. So I've had some situations come my way that that were not pleasant, and many people have asked me, is that one of the reasons why I've kind of back away a little bit? Yes, it's caused me to back away a little bit because I don't want to bring any harm, not only to Koberger, I don't want to bring any harm to the case itself, anybody involved in the case. I'm not accusing anybody of being involved in the case as a suspect or anything of that nature. I think I've been pretty careful in the way I speak. Very respectful. I've never wanted to bring harm towards anybody.
Right.
And I feel as though I've been approached in a very negative way, both out of Latah County, out of Boise, out of Kuna, where obviously the penitentiary is. I have not been approached well, and I don't feel as though I've done anything that's been in a negative, but I did send a letter to the system there, the penitentiary system, because I'm very frustrated in the so-called information that's being leaked about Brian Koberger in the penitentiary, not liking the bananas and all this so-called leaked information. And I'm going to tell you right now, Dago, I call it all bullshit.
I agree with you.
I've been in the penitentiary. I know what they're allowed to release. I mean, that so-called release of the photograph of Brian in the cell, that's been released and no charges and nobody being, that's sickening to me, because I can only imagine people releasing pictures of me in the penitentiary, and that's sickening to even think that that's allowable and nobody's doing anything about that. And I
Absolutely.
wrote a letter, and it didn't go over well. It did not go over well. And my wife and I, we've discussed doing a live where we actually bring my letter that we sent with the actual envelope and the return of information from the prison system there in Idaho with their actual letter of response. But we're kind of waiting our moment on that because there's a lot going on in Brian Koberger's situation here that needs to be discussed. And I appreciate every single one of you guys that are doing that. Like, a lot of people think I'm hating when I take a back door and I take a step back. I'm not hating on
I
any of
know. I know what you're doing, and I know what you mean, and I've tried to explain it. Some people don't quite get it because you and I have had conversations, backstage or off camera and stuff like that. How we feel about different things. I absolutely know where you're at with it, why, and what you're doing, and I respect it because I know which direction you're going with it. So,
right.
If
Like
I
Jules
could,
of all trades, I want to say real quick, Jules of all trades in her community, and it's everybody's community, it's all of us, it's all of our community, stepped up to the plate. They got the footage, they got the various things that are now being utilized. And I have 100% respect for her for getting that footage.
yeah,
I don't cover the footage. I don't discuss it. That's not my place. You guys are doing an amazing job. She's doing an amazing job. I've had people reach out to me about the great job she's doing. I give her absolute props, 100% props. And I give every other creator that's continuing to fight this fight props. I really do. And I know if Tommy Jude was still here, he would be right in the mix of it, and he would have his feet implanted in this as well. I think it's obvious that people really are dedicated and emotional about this case, and that's awesome. I just have to be very careful. I've got some different views on some things than others, and I don't want to take away from what they're doing and what they're saying. So, I've been very careful. I'm trying to see something that's being said here. There you go. Maybe you see it. Or am I going to treat? I don't know, something up
that was
there.
that was a troll from this morning talking about Jeff. Somebody, it's probably Jeff himself. So don't worry about it. Just ignore it, bro.
No, he's a dumbass. Don't pay attention to him.
Yeah, Jeff. We were on Outcast this morning, and Jeff was up there trying to debate different things, and whoever it was either him or it was somebody that's his friend. That's all.
So I want to make something very, very clear to people. I have no issues with people that feel as though Brian Koberger's guilty. I have no issues with people that feel as though Brian Koberger's 100% innocent. I have no issues with anybody on the platform whatsoever based upon opinion. What I have issues with people, and it's very, very simple, don't get disrespectful. Do not get disrespectful. And it really hit home with me this morning when I listened to you opening up, Dago. And you have been one of the most respectful, caring individuals across the board on this platform. Never once have I heard you ever say anything negative about another creator. I've never seen you go after another creator. And for people to come in here and feel as though they need to stir your boat, there's no reason for it. And I'm going to tell people I'm very protective of Dago, not because him and I see eye to eye on content or anything of that nature, not because Dago opened a door for me to come into this platform, but because Dago's never been a disrespectful, negative person in the entirety of the time I've watched or interacted with you. So I'm going to be protective of you just the same as other people, whether I agree with your content or not. I don't care. What I care about is the respect factor. I try to carry myself in the most respectful way I possibly can, whether I agree with you or don't. I know we all have trolls. I get them too. I ignore you. So anybody that wants to come to the plate and be a troll of me, go ahead. I don't care.
Right.
I ignore you. I have nothing negative to say to you, nor positive. I don't care. I'm just trying to focus on the things I'm doing on my channel, which I'm working very hard on a new kind of concept for me where I'm bringing real life to the table. I'm going into I walked the yards with these people. So people ask me, what would Brian Koberger be like on the yard? Well, he's his own individual. I've been incarcerated with people that have mental issues. I've been incarcerated with autistic. I've been incarcerated with a whole ride. Trust me, I'm sure if they want to do some comments and some content on some of the craziest people you've done time with, I'm sure you could do a whole segment on me. I was odd on the yard too. So, I mean, it just is what it is. But I appreciate people like Jules and the hard work that she's putting in. Jules has made a connection with the community to where they've been able to financially support her and the means to go out and get this footage. And then she's been amazing to leave it out there for others to utilize for free. I think that's
Absolutely.
great.
That's beyond amazing because there's a lot of people that can't afford that. Okay.
Right.
And her amazing community put together themselves all for one cause because they want truth, guys, just like the rest of us. And then Jules, being the amazing creator and person that she is, Jules has a lot of people dislike her because of she's brash and she's forward. Well, you know what? When you've been through some of the things Jules has been through, and a lot of you guys don't know all that stuff, but I know her well enough to know, and I've seen her treated in a very negative and ignorant way. You're gonna be that way to some aspect, but she's got a beautiful soul and a heart, whether you think so or not. And all she cares about is getting truth out of this, which is why she posted for everybody to be able to grab that link and do what they want with that, even after having to pay almost $1,000 for this stuff that her community themselves put together by themselves. A lot of you guys were involved in that. I know that, and I'm very proud of you guys. So that's what he's saying, and that's exactly what I'm agreeing with 100%.
Yeah, and you know the thing is not every creator out here is for everybody. I
Right.
have a very different perspective in the way that I present what I do, and I'm not for everybody. And
Yeah.
now, you know, with the way I speak, I'm getting a little stronger with my voice because I'm just not putting up with a lot of the negativity towards
Right.
me. And you know, people have said they're going to expose me. They're going to. I think I've exposed myself. I've already said to everybody, I'm a liar. I'm a cheat. I was a thief. I was this. I was that. What are you going to expose?
I'd like to see what they could expose because you've told me
You
just
know,
about anything and everything you can about yourself, sir. So
I know a lot of people say, well, you're medical, and you did a GoFundMe. Dago, a lot of people don't understand. I got a bill right over here that I could put up for everybody for $286,000 for my last 6 months worth of treatment.
no, I know all about it too, bro. Exactly what
You
you've
know,
gone
I
through.
collected $11,500 and some dollars via GoFundMe that I could never, ever be thankful enough for. Like the people that literally carried me and helped me, I could not be more. I need to be even more thankful than I probably am. But I mean, I owe so much to the community for the help that they've given. But for those that think that you can expose me, that I'm not medically okay, go ahead, expose me because I think I've got proof. You know, go ahead, try to
100%.
expose
And
me.
it's sad that people are they have so much time on their hands that that's what they can worry about. Do you know what I mean? Instead of
Right.
why we're out here, why we're supposed to be out here, which and you know what I'm talking about because it's been done to me too. You know,
Right.
you were there when it happened to me. And again, it's just you have so much time on your hands that that's what you want to do instead of worrying about why we're truly here. Then do what you got to do. You know,
Right.
I got your back, and many others do. So it is what it is.
And I appreciate it. And it's hard. And, you know, as a content creator, it's difficult when you wake up and you feel like you put a lot of effort into your content. You know, I did that series. I haven't
Yeah.
even hit 1,000 views on my 4 videos of my new series. Combined all 4 videos, I haven't hit 1,000 views. But I'm
That's sad.
okay.
That's
I'm
sad.
okay because I'm just going to continue to try to do what I can, you know, and,
Right.
you know, I get it. I understand. I care about the
We got
community and the people within it. Awesome community.
Absolutely. Did you say something, Randy?
I was going to say we need to change those views.
Oh,
That could
yeah,
be
yeah,
easily
yeah. We
be done
definitely
by
need some
just
people over there checking it out.
Yeah, my last 6 videos combined have hit, I think, 900 views. All 6 videos.
I'm one of those
So,
900.
you know, I
I
get
watch
it.
all
I'm
your
not
videos.
because I stepped away from Idaho 4. I'm not in the algorithm anymore. And a lot of people are saying there's a lot going on with YouTube right now. You know, I'm losing subscribers, and then
There
people
has,
that are my best subscribers are saying I'm not getting notifications. I'm not even seeing your work.
yeah,
And I'm like, I get it. Like,
it's happened.
YouTube
There's a,
sucks. Like,
it's
I get it.
bingo.
YouTube
Yes,
sucks. You know.
yes,
You know?
absolutely.
I just popped up here real quick. I'm not sticking around. Um, I'm very protective. I know AR's protective of me. I'm very protective of him, because him and I have cultivated a real relationship off of this platform, and I don't like seeing people go at him. Just like this morning, Dago, I got mad when Jeff was going at people on the panel.
Right.
Um, yeah,
Well,
I'm
you
very
got to take,
protective of you as well, Dago.
and I appreciate you very much, Robert. Always have.
The
And you got to
pants on up his
take it into
ass was
consideration
bothering me.
who it is too, and you guys got to relax, be able to relax and understand it. Some of these people, they don't feel the same way, and they're gonna be that way because of they're just like we would defend our feelings, and we would defend, how we see things. They're gonna do the same thing in their own way, and it's okay. It's okay. You know what I mean? We appreciate all you guys that do support us, as creators and as people. Okay, and that's important to see it that way. Creators and people. Okay, everybody has different feelings about different things, and we're not always going to agree, folks. And when somebody wants to come at us, and even if it's goddamn it Jeff, okay, because that's what we call him, is goddamn it Jeff. Even if it's him, Jeff is still a person, folks. As much of a goof ass as he can be with certain things, he's still a person, and I respect that as him being a human being. He's never
well,
going to do things. Go ahead, Randy.
at least
Sorry.
he plays guitar. At least he plays guitar.
Yeah, at least he's a musician. You got to have something good you got to find there, right?
We'll give him that.
Exactly, 100%. So at that point, we want them to respect our thoughts and our feelings, whether we think they're right or not. Turnabout's fair play, folks. We have to try, and we have. I'll say we have. We've given him the chance, and people like him the chance to express their feelings, their views, and their thoughts, and listen to them and said, okay, now listen to this. And they shut it down. That doesn't work that way. Respect goes both directions, folks. And we have to remember that. So stooping to a certain level that some of these people do doesn't make it two wrongs don't make a right. So I try to avoid that in every aspect. Okay. And I think that being the bigger person, it works better for me. That's all I'm going to say. Unless you come directly at me, then we're going to have a conversation that you don't want to have. That's all I'm saying.
I just don't understand some, Dago. Someone let's just use Jeff H as an example here.
God damn it, Jeff.
I've always been respectful to that man. I've never once had a negative thing to say to him. I used to speak to him, this was years ago, behind the scenes on StreamYard, just him and I, for 2 to 3 hours. We would have conversation, never had a negative thing to say.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you want to attack me. Why? Because I have a different view or an opinion? Like, I don't get it, because I literally, I've never had a negative issue with anybody other than the difference opinion on YouTube whatsoever. And I still feel like you got to come out and attack. Why?
I think it's peer pressure, AR, to be honest with you. I truly do. I think he's forced into, in some aspect, saying certain things. I mean, he'll deny it, I'm sure, but that's all I can see, because I've had those conversations with Jeff too, outside of the Idaho 4 case. Okay. He's a great guitar player. I'll be honest with you. I think he's very talented. Going beyond that, though, within this case, it's a whole different person and a whole different personality, in my opinion. So,
I guess I just want people to fully understand something. I think Dago and Robert and all of us up here on panel are very much in the same boat. I don't care enough to have drama with any of you. Like, I just want to do my thing on the platform. I want to put out content. I want to support those creators that I choose to support. I want to watch and support people's content that I choose to support. And otherwise, I just want to do my own thing. Like
Exactly.
I don't need to have an issue with Jeff H. I don't need to have an
Right.
issue with other creators that have a different take than me. Look, I love Lana, Truth and Transparency. I think she's absolutely amazing. I don't
Right.
follow everything she does. I don't follow everything she does. I love her.
Hit the
Just
like
don't
button.
follow
Hit the like button, Dago. Everybody hit the like button. What a show, Dago. I'm back in action. How we all doing, Dago?
Welcome back,
Sorry
Marshall.
to
Thank
cut
you,
you off.
sir. I appreciate you.
Marshall.
Marshall.
Hey, nice to meet everybody. You know what I was talking about earlier, Dago, with that whole kind of connection with the whole steeple?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you realize that Coach Billy Thompson used to coach the Christian basketball team there? You know, Hitler.
I have heard that in the past, my friend. Yes, I have.
Yeah, he was a coach, and the logo they're called the logos there. The school that the leader runs, they have a trial team where they, when Hitler's there's another guy named Hitler, I believe. He used to help that trial team. They went to the nationals. They really know how to work their way around the law room, and but I found that very interesting. That
It is.
the connection. And I believe the Justice Department is suing Troy, Idaho, for zoning. They wanted to put up a church somewheres, and the town said no. But the Justice Department says we're coming after you. And like I say, this leader, he's got good connections with the guy that leads. We're not talking about just a local mom and pop store. The Department of War, Hegseth. It's scary. It's scary with all these Epstein things, all this craziness. When they want something hidden, they're going to hide it. And believe me, I wouldn't mind seeing someone like Candace Owens really hop on this. I know she's got her hands full with the Kirks, but then again, doesn't it just all kind of coincide with the Kirks? That's what the group's called out there. I think that's their website, the Kirk something. Beam me up, Scotty.
I've seen what you were talking about. That's why and it's probably going to be, for no reason in some aspect, but I'm going to give it the old college try. No pun intended there. But I'm going to be trying to reach out to the Department of Justice with this letter that was presented to a lot of people that are going to be able to do it. The show that I'm going on tonight, the Devil's Advocate, he is trying to push to file a criminal case against the whole situation. We have Lana that's out there with Truth and Transparency that's suing the city of Moscow. There's quite a few people. AR here was trying to get involved with the Innocence Project to help in aspects with that kind of stuff as well. So there's quite a few of us creators that are trying to put foot forward to make some form of a difference to get some kind of truth presented in this. Is it going to be, for no reason? I don't know. But if you don't try, you're never going to know. And that's why a lot of us are doing what we're doing, or trying to, I should say, going forward. So very, very much understand what you're saying. And some of the points you pointed out, I have been told and seen. And the connections are very interesting. Agreed. And what I worry about, like you just said, is if when somebody wants something, and you know what I mean by this, they're going to get it regardless. And if they don't want people to have something, they're not going to get that either. So that's the problem that we're facing, folks, head on, in my opinion. And maybe we can overcome it, maybe not. But I think if all of us work together going in the same direction, then yeah, we possibly could have some, even if it's a small result. I think any little thing is going to matter, in my opinion.
Okay, brother, I'm popping down. AR, I love you, brother.
Take care,
once
Robert.
Once I get another phone, I will text you. My phone got stolen, but I love you. I love you,
Sorry to hear
AR.
that, bud.
All right, brother. Good
Take
seeing
care,
you,
buddy.
Okay,
But thank
go.
you for your input, Marshall. I appreciate it, and your energy as well. And that's what we
Thanks,
need, guys.
Marshall.
Is we need people that have the passion, the energy, that want to see like real justice with this, not just to come out here for
Marshall,
entertainment.
Dago, I thought it was the boyfriend. I thought it was the frats. I thought I wasn't leading right towards the Charles Manson thing at the start because it came to me like, right out of the gate. It was a passionate crime of
Sure.
passion. Now it's turned into the passion of Christ, so to speak, to me. But it's just real crazy to me because nothing makes sense. The longer this goes on, and I thought it was real interesting with, I think it's Hunter. There's so many Hunters, there's so many Maddies, there's so many Jacks, and but there was a gentleman there. I think he arrived first on the scene, one of the Hunters, and at one of the memorial speeches, he
Hunter
mentioned basketball. He mentioned
Yep, right.
basketball.
Right.
And with Ethan, and I don't know if Ethan played sports, but he also mentioned, which I found once this new clip came out, he said, me and Ethan, we would grab that microphone and we would sing at the top of our lungs and no one else said a word. We would just be screaming, basically. And that's kind of what I thought I was hearing prior to, like the 2:30 sound clips where the scream was in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think those kids faked a lot with knives. There was pictures of them with knives prior to this, kind of just acting, playing.
Yeah. Right.
And I thought it was kind of funny that he said him and Ethan did that. And that's what it sounded to me. A couple guys in the kitchen screaming at the top of their lungs. And and girls maybe screaming. They're watching Vampire Diaries. They're acting like someone's killing them. And, an angry neighbor, so to speak. I mean, I've been so mad at my neighbor for being loud. I've stomped on the floor. I wanted to smash us in the face, right? Because I couldn't sleep. And, who knows what goes on? Because there's so many different things with this, and none of it makes sense, Dago, and that's, I don't even know. I don't know, and I don't think no one does.
Easy.
And probably never will. I mean,
Probably not.
when you got the 3-letter agencies, many of them all involved, we're probably never going to know.
Like the Hunter kid, I can't imagine him just, I think he might have been more involved in what he's saying, but I can't see this kid being guilty. Even with he gave the pose of that other kid, the guy that unalived his family, his daughters. He put his hands over his head like that. And that's all I thought about was when he was watching the video of that other case, when they were showing it, he put his hands over his head like, oh, what the heck? And I remember that Hunter doing that in one of the clips there. But it was just so bizarre from the beginning of everything to where we're at today, Dago. It's so mind-boggling.
Most definitely, my friend. Oh,
Dago,
where'd he go?
I have to start dinner pretty soon. But
He just disappeared. That was wild. Thank you, sir. Marshall, if you can hear me for your input, I very much appreciate you.
Diane's leaving too. She's got to do dinner.
Take care, Diane. Yeah, guys, we need to bring this to a close anyway.
I want to tell you, Dago, I am very protective of you. I've been with you from day one of this case. And AR is right. You are the most respectful, classy, and so is AR.
Well, thank you very much for that. That means a lot to me. It really does. It means a lot to me. It brings emotions to the surface with me. You guys know I'm a very sensitive person. I have been very emotional, and I project it to the world. I don't hide it. When I do,
I don't have the patience of a saint like you and AR do, because I'll get down in the mud with them. Fuck Jeff H. You cannot fix stupid.
I know. I know how you feel, Miss Diane. I truly do. And it's
Dago, I think that's why Dago and I mix so well. Is Dago, you really are that passionate, the emotional one, and me, I'm trying to learn emotion because I lived so many years just emotionless.
Sure.
And that's one thing that the point I was making about Brian wanting to take that plea bargain. That's so different than I. is Brian probably pled for the safety of his family and the love of his mom and the emotional side of things. Where me, I took the plea bargain for the benefit of me to do less time, or
Of course.
could I save money, or could I, there was something, but
100%, dude. 100%. It makes sense. I get it. Yeah,
Hey,
I go ahead, Diane.
have you listened to Jeff H for like? I can only get like past 2 minutes, and I'm like, fuck him. And then in my head, I'm like, a house drops on him. That you will get some emotion if you listen to that dumbass long enough, and it's usually anger.
Yeah, right. I get a lot of people have that reaction with him, and I hold out with that for the longest period of time until he comes directly at me, and then I call it my Sicilian kicks in, and it gets to
He's
be a
Turkish.
problem. It gets to be a problem, and he knows he pushes people's buttons on purpose because it gets a reaction, and that's I tell myself that all the time. That's why I can stay calm. People are always telling me I have the patience of a saint, this and that, everything else. I'm human, folks, and I have patience to some extent, like everybody. But at some point, you can only take so much. That's all I'm saying. So, I love people. I always have, and there's no reason to not. Okay, so I don't let people get to me unless they really get under my skin. If you catch me on a bad day, you're gonna see that other side of me. Unfortunately, it happens. I'm human. So the
Well,
best
Bob,
bet is to just not let it bother you as best you can. That's all.
Those are the days I like to be here.
I would
And
love to
Dago,
hear that
I know
word
you're trying to wrap
outcast.
it up, so I'm going to let you do your thing. But I do want to get together with you this week. I want to do a
Sure.
show with you. I want to do something kind of just in regards to plea bargains and how these things, like, I can bring realness to the table. I'll tell
Let's
you what
do it.
it's like to have that piece of paper slid in front of you, in front of,
Yes, I'm
your
absolutely down
attorneys.
for that, AR. I'm free the rest of the week. I don't have anything next week. I'm hooking back up with booking with B, and then in January I'm hooking back up with the custody queens. I don't know what else we have coming up afterwards, but I'm pretty free this week. So whatever day you're ready for it, bro, let me
Yeah,
know and we'll do it.
I'm open. I hate to say it. I haven't been doing shit. You
Let's
know,
do it. You pick a
I'm
day at a
working
time,
behind
and
the
I'll work
scenes.
around it. Yeah, whatever
Yeah,
time and day you want to do it, I'll make it work for me, bro.
awesome.
I
Definitely.
got a
There you
I'm
go.
gonna
Can I
question.
say my goodbyes.
jump in real quick?
Diane, I always love
I'm
seeing
gonna
you.
jump in
You're
real quick.
such a sweetheart.
Oh, wait,
Go
wait,
ahead,
wait, wait.
Randy.
Yeah, that's me, a
Randy,
sweetheart.
go ahead, bud.
Damn it. I just wanted to say I wanted to thank AR before he left because I just love listening to that man talk. He's got, first of all, I don't know if it's his voice or something, but he's just so calm and honest and outright. And I sat here the last hour listening to him for the 5 minutes he was
Yeah,
going to
right
jump
on.
up here. But it's so nice to hear his opinion and the positive thoughts he brings to this case and around Brian. I wanted to thank you personally, AR. I think you're fantastic. You too, Dago, but you know that. So
Randy, you've
Thank you,
thank
sir.
always been
you.
just one of my favorite people, Randy. Ever since I've been able to meet you on this platform, I know we haven't been able to engage enough. We haven't been able to talk enough. I could spend hours just engaged with you, and I would love to do so at some point in time here in the near future. Just spend time with you, quality time, and just know I actually just
That
love this entire group of individuals.
Yeah,
Dago's introduced.
what do you guys think of me and Twiz?
Other than the fact that you sound like the same person,
Yeah, but obviously we're different. But what do you think about us two? What do you think we bring
I
to the table?
I hate us.
Well, Twiz, you know that I've always just really been engaged with you since we met. While we were up in Boise. I'm a big fan of yours, but I'm also a friend. I've extended. Uh, I Dago, I've offered for Twiz to come down here and stay with me in
right?
Vegas, and he
Yeah, you
just
told
won't
me
do
that
it.
before.
He
100%.
just won't do it. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I smell bad, and I don't want to.
Shut up. You know that I can't.
You could too.
Listen, I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Twiz because I wouldn't. The dude spent an entire Saturday telling me how to put this stupid computer together. So, like I said, I owe him that much, and I've always appreciated his input, his comical everything he does. And as far as Dylan, I've always appreciated Dylan's input on things. coming to the table with different pieces of information, sharing it, so on and so forth. I appreciate anybody that wants to put something into this. Twiz, of course, I've known Twiz longer, and like I said, I owe him a lot more because I wouldn't be here without him. But Dylan, I appreciate you. I appreciate your input, your thoughts, your feelings on things, the way you put things together, and your struggle that you've been through on X and still pushing forward. I appreciate the passion there. So that's 100%.
Yeah, free the Dylan Mort account. And I appreciate getting Jack in the Box at 4 a.m. with Twiz over and over. And Brian Koberger's phone never being near 1122 King Road. But
absolutely. And I appreciate you guys jumping up here and asking those questions for sure.
and I like his neck beard. Again, that's just it's one of those things in this case that stands above everything else, and that the Second Amendment among other things, and it's a great case to follow along with. Dago, I appreciate you hosting us, and tip your host, you peasants. Jesus, hit the little button and tip your host with the super chats. I've given them enough money. You peasants can give them some. Jesus.
They do. I promise
There
you.
you go. If I'm allowed to say, anybody that's willing to come over to my channel, just give me a view. You don't even have to give me money. Just
please
come
do.
over and
Please go check out AR Hayes at Convict Thoughts, folks.
There you go. Have you had a chance to see my new series I'm working on?
I did get to watch one of the episodes on it. I think you're doing an amazing job. And I think everybody here would be missing out if you're not checking it out, folks. So
I finished the whole first series on the serial baseline shooters. I did all 4 videos. I finished that series. We're moving into a new one, and
very cool.
I want to get.
We need Cy Ray to get on your show with you and talk about the baseline killers, because I'm sure he knows some information.
He worked
that'd be
case.
interesting as hell. Yeah,
he worked
that would be
case.
awesome.
I'm telling you, I know for a fact he did.
That would be.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
So Dill Mort just said that I said Brian's phone was nowhere near 1122 King Road that night, right?
No, did I misspeak?
No. But you guys
know,
heard what he said, correct?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Cy Ray told me that he was nowhere near Moscow that night. So
I remember that statement.
I don't just make it up.
Are they not the same person?
I think that's why everybody's waiting to hear from Cy again, because they really want to hear his thoughts.
But aren't we at the point, like, we haven't heard from people at this point, like, he's not just gonna stick his neck out there? Why would he? Like, what does he get out of it? He's not gonna put his shit on the line for random ass Brian Koberger. He could care less.
Well,
he told Lana that he's waiting for his documents to be unsealed. So now he can't talk.
Right. And like I said, he's not going to just walk out here, get on somebody's panel and go, hey, yo, Brian's innocent. It ain't going to be that way, guys. And a lot of people expect that.
Well, I don't know if that's true, because, again, he told me he wasn't near Moscow that night. So how could he be guilty?
Well, I'm just saying he's going to explain it in a way that goes along with what he does, Twiz. That's all I was saying.
Think about this, though, Dago and Twiz. Think about this. And we're talking about unsealing of documents before he could speak.
Mm-hmm.
Do you honestly think those documents are going to be unsealed if they prove Brian's not in the?
I have doubt. I have big doubts, bro.
Well, it's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, there's no point to at that point. Like, they're gonna wash it they're gonna write it off as a wash and say, like, we messed it up, like, don't worry about it. And then they'll maybe tell us who did it. But no, I think it'll just be like, yeah, we got the wrong guy. Whoops. We have no idea.
This other investigation, Dylan, that they're saying is still going on that we've not heard one thing about.
Yeah, they'll push it off
say,
until they can pin it on, like, one person on, like, for everything or something.
I'm going to say something nobody's going to like.
Or a dead guy.
Right. Go ahead.
Like Kopaka.
Brian Koberger will be taken out in the penitentiary before any alternative perp information can be.
Who does that help, though? Who does that help?
It doesn't. There's no benefit to killing Brian Koberger.
Like, he doesn't know anything. He's an autistic, like, weirdo. Like, he hasn't said anything at this point. Like, he's not going to talk. Taking him out does no one any good.
You know what,
you guys? Considering now everybody's filing lawsuits. against Moscow and the
And?
unsealing and the redaction. So
I'll be
And
honest, with AR saying that, I said this the other day, I've been actually kind of worried about that. When they came forward presenting to us again, things that they don't have to, they're giving us shit on purpose, I think, saying that Brian said he was going to take his own life if he doesn't get this, and this. I got leery because I don't see him saying that, but okay, so be it. I feel like that's a preempt to a possibility of them trying to do something to harm him. That's what I worry about.
I
To be
can't
honest.
hear him.
So, if I may, just real quick before I step down, let me explain to you why the I'm going to harm myself is all BS. There you go. And how I know it's BS because I've served time. I know what the penitentiary does. When you say, hey, by the way, I'm going to harm myself, okay, you're immediately extracted out of your cell. You're put into a suicide cell for a minimum of 72 hours.
Right.
Okay, so here's how all that looks so factual because this Chris McDonough freaking idiot that claims he has inside sources.
Yes.
That guy's the biggest. God, just put me one time on panel with that guy.
Same
Let
here,
me
bro.
have one time.
He's on the
prisoner
slap
of
list too.
Ex-investigator
Big
of
time.
the inside sources bullshit
He's
that
full
this
of
guy
shit.
claims to have. Okay,
Full of shit,
One,
AR. I agree.
it all adds up because now they're saying Brian Koberger's been moved cells.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that would mean he went to a suicide cell and now he's back into a different cell, still in J block.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I'm telling you, what they're doing right now is 100% lined up with Brian Koberger's not going to be alive by June of next year. I'm sorry. It just plays into the hands. All of a sudden, Brian Koberger's no longer with us. There's a very simple reason for that. It's not that he threatened to take his own life. It's not that he did take his own life. He's going to get whooped. They're going to accidentally pop his cell door for him to go use the shower or the phone at the same time.
And by
one of the-
accidentally, he means quotes accidentally.
Right. It's not actual accidentally. They're going to let Brian Koberger and one of the actual, like, affiliated killing types in that run out at the same time accidentally.
Same thing they did with Dahmer. 100%.
Well, it's the same thing. I just did a series on the baseline shooters out of Phoenix, Arizona, that Dale Hausner was on death row in Iman unit. Guess who was housed in Iman unit? That would be me. And they claim he took his own life via depression medications. Dale Hausner did not take his own
Of
life
course.
by overdosing.
Just as much as Epstein hung himself, right? Yeah, he did.
Right.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, what happens is these inmates just happen to come out at the same time that should never be out at the same time, and they lose their life. My buddy, who I'm going to do some information on, Pete Van Winkle, death row in Phoenix, Arizona, on Iman unit, has killed 3 people on the run of death row.
Absolutely. Have a good night, B. Love you, dear. And if you're
He didn't
available
just
tonight,
get out of his cell on accident.
of course not. Like that whole air quotes thing, it was accidental. Yeah, it doesn't work that way, guys. They do this
No,
shit on
it's
purpose
not
for a reason.
accidental. I mean, trust me, I had my ass handed to me numerous times in the penitentiary when I just happened to be out of the cell with an old affiliation member of the same affiliation I walked away from, but somehow we were out on the run together accidentally at the same time.
Of course. Of course.
I agree with AR. I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
And I feel like after we got that message sent to us, it was a preempt to something bad's going to happen. I don't want to see it happen. I'm trying to say that I don't want it to happen, okay? And I don't want to put it out there in the universe so that it does happen. But what I'm saying is I just got an instant bad feeling that was a preempt to something horrible happening in that aspect. There's many reasons why it will happen, folks. I'm telling you right now.
Well,
And that's all I worry
They
about.
don't
with
gain
it.
anything from it, though.
No,
let me
they're
give
not.
you kind of the reason why it would happen. So there's a lot of information out here that are now leading to alternative perps. Many of these alternative perps in the discussion of content creation is coming back to affiliations that are very well known in the Idaho system. So now the heat is being put onto these affiliations, not because they potentially committed the crime, but now the heat is their drug movements, this, that these affiliations are very known to be involved in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, also, one of these affiliation members just signed a plea bargain that they came out here and they took the life of these other individuals.
Right.
Okay. And this is all being correlated into Brian Koberger. Not saying that it's warranted to be, I'm just saying it is.
Sure.
Well, that brings heat. These affiliations in the penitentiary don't want heat because it slows down business.
Of course.
Of course, I'm not one Dago that would know how this works, but I'm just saying,
right.
you know, it kind of slows
I have
things
inside
down.
information that says that's bullshit, AR.
Yeah. Inside information that says that's bullshit. I'm
That
sorry.
came from you. I know you know how this works because you told me.
Yeah. You know,
I
I
gotta
don't
go.
know how.
I'm hungry. I gotta go.
Take
Yeah,
care,
I
Randy.
guess.
We love you, buddy.
All
I
right.
gotta step down. Randy, love you,
On
brother.
my
All
sandwich,
right.
but
We'll
I
talk to
ate
you
it
soon,
already.
AR. See you, Dago. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Again, AR, thank you so much for joining us, bro.
I know nothing. I know nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, have a great show. I know you have another show tonight, right, Dago?
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be joining Lee over at Devil's Advocate. Super excited about it. Love to see you pop in there, bro, if you can. Anybody
Yeah.
else as well, please join us over there. It's gonna be a great conversation. Lee always has a lot of great stuff to say.
I'll be over there. I'll give you some love. And is it on your channel as well, or just his?
I think we might be able to split it. Yeah, Lee likes to do that, so I'll see what he says. If not, you can just look for me there or here. Either way.
Yep. I hope you can. I'll come give you some love over here and
Absolutely, bro. I appreciate you very much and hope to talk to you soon. We will get together sometime before the end of this week and do that show. I'm real excited about that as well. It's a great topic.
Absolutely. I'm going to send you a message and let's get that planned. And, you know,
okay.
I'll do some sort of crazy intro or something. You know, I'm getting finagly on this intro.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
any reason to give you to play with that stuff. 100%, dude.
Telling you. Love you guys. I appreciate
too,
all of you. Quiz,
Very much
definitely shoot me a message too. Definitely the whole crowd that's here.
Yes.
Send you all love.
Absolutely.
Well,
and thank you again, brother. Appreciate your
we'll
input.
talk soon.
Bye, AR.
Literally. And Twiz, thank you for jumping up, buddy. You and your tuna and your bread, I love it. I think that
It was a pretty good sandwich, you know.
It looks. I love tuna.
Or not typically, but Nothing Half-Ass was supposed to make it, but she's a slacker.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Miss Fancy didn't get busy, huh? Okay.
Nope, she did not.
I get it. Get it.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, brother. Thanks again, buddy. And Hemi, as always, thank you for your input and your passion with this. You definitely have it as much as we all do, brother. I appreciate you very much. And I hope to see you over there a little bit later at Lee's. And besides that, you have a great rest of your night, brother.
All right. Later.
Yes, sir. All right. And everybody else in here, you guys know you're amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you. More than words can ever explain, guys. Thank you guys for those of you that donated towards the goal. We hit half of both of them. So we got one, in my opinion. I appreciate that all very much. I appreciate all of you meatballs more than you guys could ever. Words can't ever explain it. You guys are amazing. You keep this channel what it is. You've made this channel what it is. And of course, my moderators. Absolute love for every one of you. And if you guys have a few minutes, truly just a few minutes, I'd like to discuss something with you guys in the mod chat real quick. Everybody else, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. And of course, Please know your own self-worth, folks. It's so very important. And I will see you all very soon. Don't forget, Devil's Advocate, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you then. Bye-bye, y'all.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning dead in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the True Crime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is marked and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the dark